Let's do a big welcome to our live stream audience. Live stream has commenced via our Athletics exclusive. 44 races here ahead of us this evening, or this afternoon, through into the evening at the Box Hill Athletic Club, Milers Club meet number 2, 44 races. 25 800 metre races on the program, followed by 19 1500 metres. So a big program, some good runners coming out in our A races and the B races, and also, as always at a Milers Club, a really good mix of the young and the old and the in-between. So our starters marshal, Paul Davison's getting the fields ready. We'll be starting our first event in approximately 5 minutes. We'll be starting right on time at 5:45. First race will head off. Last scheduled race, 9:44 p.m. So it is quite a big evening here of racing. So 44 races, that's the record for Milers Club. Great to see such a strong level of interest in middle distance racing across Victoria at the moment. And we do welcome quite a few interstaters here this evening. Also in the January meet, already a lot of interstate athletes have been registering for that event. So we're looking forward to a couple of big nights at the Box Hill track. And now we will be clearing the track. We're 5 minutes before the start. So we are now asked for the track to be totally clear before we get the competitors onto the start position for the first of our 800 metre races, which is the O race for men. So it looks like all of our officials in position. Alan got the Santa hat on. He's going to be doing the crossover on the brake line on the far side of the track. The starter is in position. And before too long, we will have our O race on the line ready to go. And that means the next race in order, we can start to have them coming down to the start line area. That would be appreciated. And for those runners now turning up at the track, remember, try and have your check-in at least 20 minutes before, so that we can have our full fields ready and assembled to go on right on time and right on program.
Yes.
44 races ahead of us. Let's introduce the first of those, which is the O race for the men's 800 metre. We have 10 starters. Bailey Piper lines up in station 1. Noah Alhouli next to him in 2. Leonard Gray from Athletics Essendon is in station 3. Oliver Sullivan is in 4. Mark James lines up in station 5. From South Melbourne, we have Finn Meehan in 6. From Glen Huntly, Lucas Hilkema in 7. Robert Knowles from Wellington is in 8. In 9, we have Lewis McLennan from Doncaster, and Max Collins rounds out the field in station 10. They're the 10 competitors in the men's O 800 metres. So nice, clean start, fairly even. If anything, probably in those middle lanes, you've got Mark James in the Richmond Harriers gear as an unattached runner. You also got Max Collins out the outside. The Essendon runner there, that is Leonard Gray. And as they come across, it will be James who takes the lead down the back straight. As I said, probably a bit of a breeze down there, a bit of a tailwind down the back straight. As we see the field already starting to spread out quite nicely at the moment. So James through in about 32, 33 seconds there through the 200, so off to a pretty rapid start here. Best seed times around the 2:30 mark. So you do the maths on that, that's about 75 seconds per lap. So James well ahead of that schedule as he comes into the home straight for the first time. So Mark James leads it, comes in, he's got an approximate time of 2:30. So James leading, probably up by about 10 or 15 metres at the moment as they really do start to settle. So James coming through, it's going to be a pretty sharp time. So 75's to 2:30. He's going to go through in about 67, so it's 2:14 pace. Oliver Sullivan in next position. Then we're seeing a good move there from Hilkema. The Essendon runner there is Gray, not too far behind him. Nice run there from Noah Alhouli. He's sitting in nicely there in the midfield. And now we see the more experienced runner there, Knowles from Wellington, start to just pass a few of the younger runners as he hits his straps. But down the back, James, he's now out to about 20 metres. Still Sullivan in that next position. And Hilkema just on the shoulder there at the moment. South Melbourne runner there, that's Meehan. He's looking good, just sitting right there behind Gray. A little bit of a gap then to Alhouli. So Knowles then in next spot. But out front, Mark James hasn't really been challenged, but this is the hard part of the 800 coming in. They'll get that little bit of a headwind, and we'll see Hilkema is the one who's making the move, and now also Gray. So into the home straight now. Let's get behind James. Comes in with a 2:30 time, but he's looking good here. So Mark James, I think he'll be seated up the order if he comes back to Milers Club, because this has been a win right from the gun. So James looks like he'll take this out. He'll be well under the 2:25 mark here. So stopping the clock right on 2:24. Hilkema will be next one through. Another sub 2:30. Then Gray, he's happy with that. Sullivan in the next position. And then we have Meehan. Next one through there was McLennan. Good run there from Alhouli. Also coming across the line, Max Collins. And rounding out the field, Bailey Piper. So all of them through under around that 2:40 mark. So some great running to start the evening here. First of our 44 races, and won very nicely there by Mark James. So a little bit of an extra incentive thanks to the Caldo family. We've got a whole pile of chocolates. So Mark just literally took the chocolates home with that race there. So gets a little bag of M&Ms, giving a little bit of energy to get himself home after a good 800 metres here this evening to start off our program. So next up, we'll have the N race for the men's 800s. 11, full field of 11 here. So good to see a big field here and quite a diverse field here. So seed times are around that 2:24 through to about 2:29. So it's going to be quite a tight little race, this one. Gordon Knight from the Wellington Athletic Club. He'll line up in station 1. David Bede will be in 2. In 3, we have Alexander Rajan from Old Scotch. Next to him in 4, it's Ashok Sinadurai from Doncaster. Henry Ainley from Sandringham, he is in station 5. Next to him in 6, it's Fitzy Gilbert. In 7, from Old Scotch, Mark Ballantyne. Station 8, from Wellington Athletics, Thomas Canavan. In 9, we have Andrew Crawford. In 10, from Yarra Rangers, Craig Hewitson. And in 11, from Doncaster, William Sullivan. So they're our starters in the men's N 800 metres. So full field at 11. A little bit of mix in age ranges here. A lot of the Mosquito squad in those inner lanes there. And there's one of those, I think the Old Scotch runner there in Rajan, who's looking good. But the taller figure there, David Bede, he's got a 2:25. One of our top seeds is Bede. And similar to that last race, we're just seeing quite a lot of movement early. As you see, runners just jockeying for position as they go down the back straight first time. But this is a nice rapid pace, similar to the last one, probably a 32 going through the 200. So we saw the first race running in about that mid-220s, 224 thereabouts unofficially. Remember, you can check all this on Results Hub. But it is David Bede leading the way at the moment. So into the home straight. In the tall figure in black there, David Bede, 2:25 seed time. I think once again a bit of a guesstimation on that one. And Bede looking quite strong as he comes through to get the bell. So through the clock there in 64, similar to the last race. Next through, Andrew Crawford. Then we have Rajan, also Ainley. The Doncaster runner there, Usina Durai. Little gap then to the next of the Old Scotch runners there in Ballantine. Then we have Fitzy Gilbert in the next position. But out front, Bede's now out to a very big lead. So once again, sometimes in these early season 800s, people really don't have a fix on their time. So he's coming in for 2:25 seed time, but I think that's going to be well and truly smashed here. This will be a sub 2:20 performance if Bede can just keep that momentum round the top bend and into the home straight. So big lead now. It's out to nearly 100 metres. So David Bede, he's definitely going to be seated up a race or two or three next time he's at Milers Club, because this has been a very impressive performance. Let's not forget the runners behind though. And Alexander Rajan has just got ahead there of Crawford. But it will be Bede. The bear is jumping on the back here, as you can see. The body's tying up, but it has been a good race. He's gone from a 2:25 seat to a 2:10. Wow, that's not bad for the end race. And David Bede takes it out. Rajan looks like he's just going to hold off Crawford at the moment. Ainley coming through as well. Big finish there from Gilbert. And then Sinadai and also Ballantine coming through next. One of our Wellington runners also coming through now, and that is Thomas Canavan. Great to see the Wellington colours well represented. William Sullivan will next run through, and one of our regulars at Milers Club, it's Craig Hewitson rounding out the field. And about 2:40.
That's number one there. He's a DNA. Yes. Right next to you.
Okay, finished photo.
Jumping on the back here, as you can see, the body's tying up, but it has been a good race. He's gone from a 2:25 seat to a 2:10.
Well done.
Makes it all work.
9, 6, 5,
Come in January and you get seated.
7, 11, 12, 1,
That's 3 or 4.
That's 3. Yep. Race 3, Joe. She's not in. No, not in this race. So we go to our first female race for the evening. Race number 3. It's the J Women's 800 metres, and we have 10 starters. Station 1 from Wellington, it's Lilia Devison. In 3, we have Isabella Napolitano. Station 4, it's Jasmina Mihaljevic. Emily Wetzel's from Glen Huntly is in 5. In 6, from Wellington, Lily Marazzato. In 7, from Casey Cadinia, Annabella Denton. Next to her in the Old Scots uniform, it is Alana Turner in 8. In 9, we have Indiana O'Brien. In 10, well, with the cheer squad. In 10, from Wellington Athletics, Evie Jones. And in 11, we have Peyton Cobain. So they're our starters in the Women's J 800 metres. So relatively even start. Devison on the inner lanes, moving nicely early. Also from Casey Cadinia, it is Denton, who's streeting out. And in the middle there, it's Marizzato from Wellington. Once again, great to see the Wellington colours here in big numbers once again. Big trip up from Gippsland for them. The great supporters of Milers Club. As we see them starting to settle, and it is the Casey Cadinia runner. No one really wants, unlike the previous 2 men's races, no one really wants to go and challenge. And it will be Denton who's just steadying the pace as they go through quite nicely. On about 36, 37 through the 200. So that's a good pace for this for these young ladies who will be all looking at running probably around that sub 250 if they can. So Denton looking good. Good stride pattern as she goes around the top bend the first time. They're going to come into the breeze, into the home straight here. It will be Annabella Denton from Casey Cadinia leading the way. On the inner lanes there, I think Napolitano sitting on the rail. To the outside there, you can see Wetzels from Glen Huntley. She's one of our top seeds at around the 247 mark. So the girls working well together. Marizzato also sitting well, but it is the young girl Wetzels from Glen Huntley is just going to edge forward and head towards Napolitano. So we've also got Devison, O'Brien also in the mix as well as Evie Jones. Gap then back to the Scotch runner there in Turner, also Cobain. And our South Melbourne runner there is Mieljevic. But out front, no change. Denton's led all the way. Napolitano, it looks like she's got the goods. Now Wetzels, I think, might be the one who tries to make a bit of a move. Gap then to Marizzato from Wellington. And the gaps are starting to really come together a little bit. They're strung out nicely. Devison in the midfield there. Not far behind her is O'Brien. And then a little gap to Jones. But out front, gee, that stride pattern, she's just gone up a gear. That's unusual at the 200 out, but it is the young lady from Casey Cadinia, Annabella Denton. She's coming in for 250 seed time. Going to absolutely smash that this afternoon. So Denton looking very strong as she comes into the home straight. This is an impressive performance from the young lady from Casey Cadinia. A 250 seed time. She's going to be a shade over 230, I'd say. So it's going to be a massive PB for her here. And that's what Milers Club is all about. But look at that form. What a beautiful run that is. 232 unofficial. Napolitano's going along nicely. So she's going to be under the 240 mark. So too is Wetzels. Good run there for Devison. Marizzato, her teammate. And then we have O'Brien under the 250 as well as Jones. Oh, right on the 250 there from the young lady from South Melbourne's. Then we have Cobain and also Turner. So some great running. All the girls under the 3-minute mark there. So some massive PBs, but a beautiful run there from Annabella Denton to take out our J800. Annabella, you get some chocolates. Well done. To the program here. 3 races down, some very, very good racing, some big PBs, and I think that's going to be the hallmark of our first evening here back at the Box Hill track for the 2023-24 season. So once again, big thank you to our volunteer helpers who make Milers Club work so smoothly. We're off like clockwork once again. The registration desk is ticking away nicely and also working well here, getting the starters, marshals, getting all of their competitors in order. We have 7 starters for the next one, and they are Ariel Friedrich is in Station 3, Ranveer Cambo in Station 4, representing Chilwell. From Athletics Essendon, it's Elijah Marshall in Station 5. William Hughes from Mornington Peninsula Athletics, he is in 6. From Mansfield, we have Charlie Watts in 7. And then Eureka, Luke Irvin in 9. Rounding out the field from Doncaster, Hamish McLennan in Station 10. There are our 7 starters in the men's M 800 metres. So Friedrich on the inside, wearing the Little A's kit. Also the Mansfield runner there is Watts, off to a very fast start. And then from Essendon, you've got Elijah Marshall. So the jockeying for position here, our Eureka runner there, Irvin, he's just going to drift to the back of the field and just let them settle. Not far in front of him is McLennan. So really darting out here is the Mansfield runner, and that's Charlie Watts. So sub 30 through the 200 metre. So he's on sub 2-minute pace, and he's coming in for 220 PB, which is, 70-second laps. So Watts just having a look around, and he's going to see the red and black uniform there of Elijah Marshall. He's a 217 runner. So on form, he is quicker than Watts. So Watts has gone out hard, tried to shake up this field. Seeing good run there from the Mornington runner there in Hughes, just starting to come alongside Cambo. 61 seconds, my God, for a 220 runner. 64, 65, 66. So they really are putting the foot down in this race. Irvin's in next position. He's right on 70 as he goes through, and he's got a 223 PB. But out front, there's no stopping Charlie Watts at the moment. We're really going to have to shake up these seedings for meet number 3 because a few of the boys are just blowing the fields away. Cambo's starting to get a little good run down at the back straight at the moment. He's just approaching there the Essendon runner in Marshall. Just behind them, that looks like it's the Mornington runner in Hughes in next position. And then it's Friedrich, followed by McLennan and also Irvin. But out front, probably not going the same pace as he started, but Charlie Watts from Mansfield going to be well and truly under that 220. 61 opening lap. That was a really barnstorming first 400. So we're seeing a few moves, and it is Hughes from Mornington who's just starting to make the way past Cambo. But into the home straight, I think he's just starting to tire a little bit. Charlie Watts, very aggressive early pace, but he's still got a big lead over Marshall as they come into the straight. It's going to be all about time now. 2:05 just ticks over. Let's see if we can get him under the 2:10 mark. Quite a big achievement, and just over 2:10, maybe on 2:11 there for Watts. Marshall's through on 2:14 there a bit. Then we've got Hughes come through. McLennan in next position. Cambo. Then Friedrich and Irvin. He's got a 2:23. He'll be right on that as he finishes here at the Box Hill track. So the young man from Eureka rounding out the men's M 800.
Seven. He was singlet number 1928.
Yeah, it's all right.
White and green marks, gentlemen.
So full field of 11 for the men's L 800 metres. Let's introduce our field to get them underway. Lachlan Rosado from Wellington is in station number 1. Kai Bunyard from Diamond Valley in 2. From Old Scotch, Henry Kerr-Lewis is in 3. Next to him, Raj Cambo from Chilwell in 4. Darcy Parker from Athletics Essendon, he is in 5. We then have Jack Davenport in 6. Jack Field from Ringwood, he's in station 7. Mitchell Poynton from Yarra Rangers in 8. Josh Shorefield from St Kevin's, he's in 9. From South Melbourne, Jasper McKenna in 10. And Thomas Steinman from Doncaster is in 11. They're the 11 starters in the men's L 800 metres.
On your mark.
So nice clean start there as well. It's been no one really darting out too much in that first 100. And this is going to be quite interesting as 11 of them start to come across. But it's going to be the Essendon runner there, Darcy Parker, who takes the lead. Looks like the Wellington runner there, Rosado, has gone with him. So 2:13 is the top speed time here, and that Darcy Parker, Jack Davenport are the two with the 2:13s. So Parker's doing a good job out front, really got them moving. It looks like Steinman from Doncaster's moving into that 3rd position. As we see a nice strung out field. I didn't get the 200 split, but I think it's going to be quite rapid as they come through this first 400 metres. Remember, Watts in that last one went through in 61 seconds. So it's going to be something similar, maybe just a tad slower, but it could be a very good second half here as we see so many of the runners moving into position. So Rosada's in second. Then we have Steinman, Davenport, Kerr Lewis in next position, followed by Bunyard. Now Cambo's going. He's got the South Melbourne runner there, not too far behind in McKenna. But out front, Darcy Parker not challenged yet. Not seeing a lot of movement down that back straight at the moment. Looks like Parker's just edging forward even more. So it's a strong run. He doesn't need to look around. I'll tell him what's going on. But Darcy Parker is looking strong out there. He's out by about 15 metres as he approaches 600 metres. So Parker's through the 600 and 133, holding on very strongly. Rosado will need that Wellington crowd behind him because I reckon there could be some challenges for that second position. Davenport's in next position in the Sandringham uniform. Now we're seeing those long legs of Cambo just starting to stride out round the top bend. Into the home straight now, Darcy Parker. 2:13.50 is seed time. Look at that strength as he gets into this home straight. Great running here, Darcy Parker. 1:59, 2 minutes on the clock. This is going to be a ripper of a run. Darcy Parker, he takes out our next seat. 2:04 there, unofficial. Cambo's coming through next. Davenport, then Rosado. Bunyard in next position. Kerr Lewis and Steinman coming through together. Then we've got Poynton, then Field and McKenna in that order. So great racing in the men's L800, but a good win there, Darcy Parker. Yeah, Darcy. Another big field here. That's the women's I 800 metres. 11 starters once again, and they are. Maddie Gilchrist is in Station 1. From South Melbourne, we welcome Asher Ball to Station 2. Alana Sheridan is in 3. Next to her, we have from Ballarat YCW, Aria Violini. In 5, we have Ashley Denny from Doncaster. 6, from Old Scotch, Annabelle Atkins. Emma Lynch lines up in 7. Clementine Tompkin from Melbourne Girls Grammar, she's in 8. In 9, we have from Ballerine, Sarah Hunt. In 10, also from Melbourne Girls Grammar, Beatrix Dundee. And in 11 from Mentone, Emily Bergen. There are your 11 starters in the I Women's 800 metres.
On your marks.
So Violini off to a good start. Once again, great to have the Ballarat YCW crowd down here. There's about 20 of them competing throughout the afternoon and into the evening. Asher Ball going nicely. Also Ashley Denny in the Doncaster kit. They're vying for that second and third position. But it is Violini, the young lady from YCW. Looks like Denny's just edging forward into second position. I think that might be Lynch going into the next position now. Then a little bit of a gap, and I think Gilchrist might be taking up that next spot. But nice, steady running early. So about 34 through the split through the 200 there. So Violini, she is one of our top seeds. Love to get a whole pile of these girls under the 240 markers. 240.00 is our top seed. So Violini's doing a good job there. She's being chased by Denny. This is exactly what they need behind. So into the home straight now. The smaller figure of Violini cuts into the win the first time. They are spread out quite a distance as they come into the home straight, separated by about 60 metres. But Violini leads the way. So Denny still in second position, through in 72.73. So let's see if we can get a whole pile of the girls under 240. So rear of the field here, we've got Alana Sheridan. She's just behind the Scotch runner there in Atkins. And then we have Hunt in next position, then 2 of our girls from Melbourne Grammar coming through next. But out front, it's still Violini. Denny, not too far behind. Little bit of a gap then. I think Atkins might be in next position. Sorry, she's a little bit further back. That's Emma Lynch in the next position at the moment. They go down the back straight. But no change here for Violini, still looking very strong. So the young girl from Ballarat YCW just really starting to move out. We've seen some very big wins here. So Violini's coming in for 240.01. So this is going to be another massive PB PB here for Aria as she comes into the home straight. Let's get behind her. This is a really nice, impressive run. She's not weakening at all. Going to hit a bit of a headwind here into the home straight, but Violin is just holding that form beautifully. Danny just starting to struggle a little bit, and we see, I think that might be Gilchrist starting to come at her. A little gap then to Ball from South Melbourne, but gee, big run here from Violini. And she is going to take this out well under the 2:30 mark. 2:27 unofficial. That'll push her up a race or two when we next come to Box Hill. And Gilchrist is a very impressive run here from the young girl who's got a 2:45 time. 2:38 there for Gilchrist. Danny gets through in 2:40. Ball and also Lynch in next position. Then we have Atkins, not far behind, Sarah Hunt. And now we have a raft of our girls from the Melbourne Girls Grammar. Good to see them behind. So Sheridan just through. Then we have Tompkin, also Bergen, and rounding out there Beatrix Dundee. Holding them on the line a little bit longer. We don't want to get too far ahead of program. Once again, we are operating like a very slick machine down here at Milers Club. The reason we hold them back, obviously people tune in for the live stream. We want to make sure they don't miss their races.
I do. I'd rather have time up my sleeve than just sticking around when I need it.
So next race, they'll be looking around that 2:10 to 2:12 mark. So the pace really starting to come down, but we have seen already some very slick times out there. Let's introduce our field now for the K men's 800 metres. We have 9 starters. Mitchell Parks from Williamstown. He'll line up in station 1. Next to him from Old Scotch, we have Thomas Russell. Harry Maddox from Doncaster. He's in station 3. Station 5 from Athletics Essendon, Isaac Fowler. In 6 from Mentone, Thomas Scott. In 7, it is Sam Merrick. Ned Skinner from Sandringham. He's in 8. From Bendigo Harriers, Sebastian Rossi. And in station 10 from Williamstown, Riley Parks. So there are our competitors, 9 competitors in the men's K 800 metres.
On your marks.
So fast start on the inner lanes there. Fowler and also Scott next to him moving beautifully. On the inner lanes, Mitchell Parks going nicely. It's going to be hard to separate him and his brother Riley. They do look very similar. But it is the young man from Mentone, Thomas Scott, who I think might settle. Now we see the Doncaster runner there and Harry Maddox pushing forward, and also from Scotch, that's Thomas Russell. So settling beautifully. Maddox and Russell content to let Scott do the leading. Thomas Scott does do this quite regularly, 30 seconds through the 200, so they've set up quite nicely, setting this up for a sub 2:10. None of these runners have got that mark, so our job here is to get them under. Lots of support will get them through, plus some smart racing from the young men. And it is from Doncaster Maddox who's now forcing the pace out front. So Maddox leads from Russell. Scott's still there. To the outside lanes, we've also got Fowler. On the inside, the 2 Parks boys just hitting on the rail. So coming through, going to be just over. Very well judged race, this one. I think they're going to kick down beautifully. So right on 64. So Maddox will probably start to really put the pace down. Rear of the field there, we've got Rossi from Bendigo Harriers, but this is the most bunched field we've seen for a while. And I think there could be quite a few moves. You've got Merrick looking good in the black uniform. He's sitting midfield there, just splitting the 2 boys from Williamstown as the first one of those goes past young Scott from Mentone. But out front, Maddox. Now it's the Essendon runner, Fowler. He's looking strong. One of the top seeds there at 2:10.6. Come on, we've got to try and get these boys under the 2:10 mark. They'd love that. And I think they're poised and ready to go. It's up to Russell now to really go with the forced pace here. And then the two boys from Williamstown, the Parks brothers, also looking good in the midfield. And now we're seeing Merrick. So around the front, into the front straight now. Harry Maddox leading the way. 2:11.20, his best time. 1:56 on the clock. Let's get the boys under. This is going to be a big finish. We're coming from everywhere. The two Parks boys are coming down the outside. Maddox is probably going to deserve this one. He's led it for so much of it. Maddox will take it. He'll be under 2:10. So all Fowler. Also the two boys from Willie. Then we've got Scott to the outside, Rossi. The inside there, Russell. Merrick on the outer lane there, and also Ned Skinner. So great racing there. And Harry Maddox takes it out for the Doncaster Club. Sub 2:10. Our check-in desk is over, adjacent to the main grandstand. So go and see Cookie, also Shania helping out over there, and Marianne. So a great team helping it on the registration desk. We want everyone to be at the rego desk about 20 minutes before and no later than 10 minutes before. That's when we close off all of our races and the sheets start to move around to the starters marshal. God, serve it up to him. So moving on to the track now, it is the men's J 800 metres event number 8 of 44. Zachary Norton from Box Hill is taking his position in station 1. Next to him, the one and only Craig Sanford from Waverley. He's in station 2. In 3, Joel Denny representing Doncaster. From Melbourne University, Finley Baker is in 4. From Box Hill, we have James Martino in 5. From Athletics Essendon, Oliver Burns in 6. Suvan Sujendran from Glen Huntly's in 7. Alongside him from Western Athletics, Matthew Massara. From Corio, we welcome William Charles. And in Station 10, from Casey Cadinia, James Denton. They're our starters in the men's J 800 metres. So just holding a little bit, slight technical issue. Hopefully we'll resolve that in photo finish shortly. We're ready to go under the starters orders, the men's J 800 metres.
On your marks.
So field of 10, some good experience with Sanford. He's in station 2 in the Waverley Malvern uniform. The outer lane there, Denton, saw his sister run so well earlier. Massara's not just onto the inside of him. Also, we're seeing Sujendran from Glen Huntly in the midfield. Sanford's making quite a move here. He usually sits more at the back, but Sanford's decided to get right in the action as they start to settle, with Denton going through in the high 20s there. Probably about 28. Sujendra now alongside him. Sanford on the rails. So we saw a Denton in a previous race lead all the way, but I think Sujendran looking to maybe do some of the pace as they come into the home straight and into the breeze the first time here. So they're going too wide here. You've also got the Essendon runner there, Burns, on the outer lanes. Sanford's hugging the rail at the moment. Just one out and one back on him is the Box Hill runner in Norton, and also James Martino. To the outside there, just being shunted sideways, Joel Denny. So getting a little bit rough out there as we'd expect. On the rails, we've got Charles from Corio. And the rear, we have then got the Essendon runner. I think that might be Burns at the back of the field. But out front, Denton is leading. They're 2:07 through to 2:09 runners. So let's see if we can get them around that 2:5 mark, because this has been good pace. Denton not going, really putting the foot down, but certainly making them work hard, as Finley Baker now on the chase. Massara not too far behind him. So the outside there of Sanford, we've got Denny just making a bit of a move. So the Doncaster boy, it's hard to miss him. He's in the yellow uniform, just coming alongside Massara. But out front, we're going to see a good battle here. Denton, can we get a second win for Casey Cadinia? But I think Finley Baker from Melbourne Uni wants to take that honour. So as we're saying, 2:07's top seeds here. We're going to be well and truly under that. Going to be close to the 2-minute mark, just a shade over, but great running there. 2:03 there for Baker. Good run from Denton, led the way. Then Massara, Denny in next position. Then Norton, followed there by Martino. Sanford on the inside there. Also Sujendran coming through, but gee, good quality run there in the men's J 800 metres. Next up, for full field of 11, the women's H 800 metres. We have in Station 1 from Sandringham, Billy Williams, Surapija Sujendran from Glen Huntly in Station 2. Station 3, Michaeli Werner from Ballerine. Next to her from Yarra Ranges, Mia Strudley in 4. From Wellington, we have Charlotte Cunningham in Station 5. Then we have 2 from Melbourne Girls Grammar, Georgie Jane in 6 and Xu Ying Jiang in 7. Darcy Knowles, also from Wellington, lines up in 8. In 9, we have Kate Bukovzan from Ivanhoe. In 9, Bukovzan. In 10, we have Alicia Scott. And in 11, Charlotte Miller. So there are our 11 starters in the women's H 800 metres.
On your marks.
Good start there for Sujendran. Also, I think Cunningham might be forcing her way forward as they start to approach those the orange crossover cones, but the young lady from Glen Huntly, Sujendran, going nicely. Williams on the inner rail, also moving nicely. Also the ballerine runner there in Werner. But Sujendran out to a good start here. So Surapija Sujendran heading towards that 200 metre mark. Already up by about 5 metres over Cunningham, and she's through in about 34 seconds. So Sujendran comes in with a seed time of 2:35. 2:33 through to 2:39 is the split on this field. Rear of the field at the moment, Alicia Scott. She's one of our slower seeds, but she's running nicely and just biding her time as we see Cunningham doing the chase as they come into the home straight. So a nice fast start there. Surapija Sujendran from Glen Huntly. We'll just pick up the runners as they come through. Williams is on the inner rails there. A few little moves starting to take place as the girls really work together well in that bunch. Charlotte Miller is one of those, just going to the outside. You've also got Darcy Knowles, the Wellington runner. The outside, Strudley striding beautifully. Xu Ying Jiang also going along nicely at the moment. So Sujendran just slowing a little bit. Quite a bunch have caught up to Cunningham, and now it is Miller who's the one who goes past. So Charlotte Miller, 2:39, one of our slower seeds. She's doing quite a lot of the chasing. Darcy Knowles is going along with her. Strudley moving nicely, also Jiang. But out front, it is still Sujendran leading from Glen Huntly. But I think it's Darcy Knowles making the big moves here, the Wellington runner. She's got a 2:36 time. I think we might see a lot of action here. Zhang also going nicely, the young lady from Melbourne Girls Grammar. And it looks like Zhang's the one who's going to make the charge as they're 200 metres out. Now we're seeing Strudley charging forward as well, but still Sujendran leads. No one's had the ability to get up and on the shoulder of Surapija Sujendran, and she will lead the field into the home straight the last time. She's led all the way. Zhang's on the inside. You've got Strudley to the outside, Knowles on the rails, and I think it might be Williams still in the mix there as well, the young girl from Sandringham. But into the home straight, now we're seeing the changes happen as Zhang really moves forward beautifully here. So 2:36 is the seed time, but this is going to be right on the 2:30 marks. Zhang will take it. Knowles in next position. I think Strudley to the outside, then Williams. Big run there for Sujendran. Miller in next position, and then Werner. Bulkovzan in next. And now we're seeing the next of our Melbourne Girls Grammar, Georgie Jane coming through, then Cunningham, and a good run there, Alicia Scott. Event number 10 of 44, the men's I 800 metres. We have 10 starters. Levi Hines from Ballarat YCW, he's in station 1. Alongside him from Mentone, Edward Gibson. Hugo Stubbs from Old Scotch is in 3. Fabiano Aguard from Box Hills in 4. Gideon Fisher, Mentone's in 5. In 6 from Athletics Essendon, Oscar Lichter. In 7 from Box Hill, Mackie Morrison. In 8 from Old Zavarians, Alexander Brain. Luke Matthews from Keolis and Berners is in 9. And from Mornington Peninsula, Hunter Stevens is in 10. 10 starters, the men's I 800 metres.
On your mark.
So some fairly aggressive running early. Morrison and also Lichter going out nicely. On the inner lanes there, Hines looks like he's going to settle out towards the front alongside Stubbs. But it's Hines who takes the lead. Stubbs in next position, then Gibson as they settle. A little bit of a gap then, or no real gap because they're really bunched beautifully at the moment. As we see, I think that might be Morrison just going to the outside there and moving into third position just ahead of Lichter. But out front, it is Hines still leading the way. Stubbs to the outside of him. Then we have the Essendon and also the unattached runner there in, Box Hill runner in Morrison, running side by side. But gee, this is going to be an interesting race. They're 2:05 through to 2:07 runners in this one. And we're seeing quite a bunch field as Hines really brings them through strongly. As we see Lichter now making his move and going through 59 on the bell. Gee, I'd love to see a sub 2. I'm not sure if they'll get it. A little bit of bodies coming together there as Hines just gets caught up with Lichter. Stubbs in next position. Morrison's on the rails at the moment. And alongside him is Gibson. But now we're seeing Aguard, the Box Hill runner, moving strongly through the mid stages here. Next to him is the next of our Mentone runners there in Fisher. But out front, gee, Lichter has absolutely gone for this. I said I'm not sure about the sub 2, but he's going through right on 130 at the 200. If we can get a sub 30 split here from Oscar Lichter, we might see our first sub 2 of the night. Will be a big effort coming into the home straight and into that win, but Lichter's really working hard here. He's got a 206 PB. We're going to be well and truly under that unless the bear really jumps on in this home straight. But Oscar Lichter looking very strong into the home straight here. 152 on the clock. It is Stubbs in next position, then Aguard and Morrison in next. Now Gibson coming home strong, just over the 2 minutes, but 2:02 there for Lichter. Gibson 2:04, Stubbs 2:04 as well. Aguard, Fisher through. Also Matthews in the mix there as well. But gee, that was a good tight bunch coming through in the men's 800 metres. But a great win there. Oscar Lichter from Essendon takes it out. Frick's here. We need you down on the start line. Guy, we want to get your race underway. You have checked in. Guy Frick from Collingwood. We need you on the start line ASAP. Just a reminder, Runners Paradise are here on the far side of the track if you want to go and check out some great on products. I see Daniel over at Runners Paradise. And Box Hill do have, we can smell the lovely wafting smell of the barbecue starting up from the Box Hill Athletic Club. So feel free to take advantage of what they've got on offer here this evening at Milers Club meet number 2. Final call for Guy Frick from Collingwood. If you want to come to the start line, we will be starting that race immediately. Event number 11, the men's H 800 metres. Oakley Burge from Ballarat Harriers in Station 1. Thomas Lachlan from Chilwell in 2. From Keilor St Bernard's, Ethan Bloss, Station 3. From St Kevin's, Harry Bowen is in 4. In 6, we have from Glen Huntly, Angus Brown. His teammate from Glen Huntly, Ethan Miller, in 7. In 9, from Glen Huntly, also Kane Hilkema. And in 10, from Ballerine, Angus Borshman. They're our 8 starters in the men's H 800 metres.
On your marks.
So quick start here, 2:03 is the top seed time. Will we see that 2-minute barrier broken in this men's H race? Because they are very, very willing early. And it's a young man from St Kevin's, Harry Bowen, leading the charge. Bowen's out to a very fast start here. Quality runner is Bowen, and he's really getting out to try and prove a time here tonight and go up the seedings. 26 through that opening 200. Hilkema looking nice in that 4th position, just now coming alongside Burge. In 2nd position there, I think that might be Brown from Glen Huntly. But it is Bowen leading the way. 26 opening 200. That'll slow a little bit as he comes into the home straight here. But Bowen's still maintaining about a 10-minute break. The 2 Glen Huntly runners in next position there. That's Brown, Hilkema. On the rails, I think it's still Burge sitting in there. Bloss to the outside also. It is Thomas on the rails. Gee, through in about 57 there. So are we going to see a sub-2 here from the young man from St Kevin's, which is Harry Bowen. So Bowen moving nicely now. 300 out. Brown still in next position. Burge running along beautifully. Hilkema not too far behind him. And now we see Bloss also now moving alongside Lachlan Thomas from Chilwell. But outside, Bowen leading the way. 2:03 is the seed time for Bowen. Coming around the top bend now. Lots happening as we see Bloss starting to move through. So Bloss is making the big moves, splitting the 2 boys from Glen Huntly. So Ethan Bloss from Keilor St Bernard's going onto the shoulder now of Brown. But it's going to be all Harry Bowen as he comes into the home straight. Let's get behind him. Good front run here from Bowen. Time check, 1:49. I think we're going to get our sub-first 2 here. Bowen's just holding on beautifully. Time ticking away, 55, 56. It's going to be close. Bowen's tying up. I think it'll just be over 2 minutes there. Good run from Brown. Just moved away from Bloss. Next one out there will be Borshman. And then on the inside, Hilkema. To the outside of him, Thomas. Also, Burge. So some good running there. But Harry Bowen taking it out just on the 2-minute mark, just over. So good, brave front running from Harry Bowen from St Kevin's. Take out the men's H 800. Frankie Hyde from Glen Huntly. She is in Station 1. Ashlyn Jansen from Waverley's in 2. From Ringwood, Claire Hurley in Station 3. Next to her, from Ivanhoe, it is Eliza Nelson. In 5, it is Ruby Crisp. Station 6, Charlotte Gray from Athletics Essendon. Alongside her, Emily Southern from Eaglehawk. Station 8 from Glen Huntley, Georgie Lindsay. In 9, Freya Miffin from South Melbourne. Station 10 from Ringwood, Millie Smythe. The 10 starters, the women's G 800 metres.
On your marks.
Good start on the inside there from Hyde. Alongside her, it is Jansen from Waverley. Crisp is on the middle lanes there in the black uniform. And it will be a little battle between those ones, plus the Ringwood runner Smythe as they start to settle. But the young lady from Glen Huntley, Frankie Hyde, she's got a 2:31. Not much separating this field, 2:30 through to 2:32 based on seed times. As we see Claire Hurley just settling in the back of the field, but not a bad position alongside there, Eliza Nelson from Ivanhoe. But out front, group of 5. And they are starting to really split there. A little bit of a gap now forming to Georgie Lindsay from the Glen Huntley Club. So it's 2 races in 5 at the moment. As we see a bit of a move there coming around the bend. We'll identify them as they come through. I think that might have been one of the Essendon runners there. Sorry, that's Jansen coming through in the Waverley uniform. So Jansen leading the way at the moment. You can see Chris just to the outside, 1 out, 1 back. On the rails, you've got the early leader there in Hyde. To the outside, also Millie Smythe from Ringwood, moving nicely. And also hanging on beautifully, Charlotte Gray from Essendon. Now Crisp takes the lead. So Ruby Crisp moves into the front position as they go through the bell. Southern then has Miven to the outside of her. But out front, Crisp, Jansen, Smythe in that order. Little gap now to Hyde. With her is the Essendon runner there in grey. Bigger gap there to Georgie Lindsay, who's just running there by herself, as we see the taller runner there from Ringwood in Hurley just starting to make her way ahead of that chase pack. But out front, Ruby Crisp hits the 600. 1:49 as she goes through 6. Now it's Smythe who's making the moves, the young lady from Ringwood, just moving away now from Jansen. Also running beautifully still is Frankie Hyde from the Glen Huntley Club and Charlotte Gray from Athletics Essendon. But out front, Ruby Crisp coming through with a 2:30 seed time. I think Ruby's run a fair bit quicker than that in previous seasons. But Ruby Crisp, really good form as she comes into home straight. Let's get right behind her. She's going to be well into the 220s here. Going to be a great run, Ruby Crisp, but a big finish here. Millie Smythe has got a 2:32 PB. She'll be nearly 10 seconds ahead, but Crisp takes it. Smythe in next position, then Jansen. Hyde next. Gray will come through next. Then Georgie Lindsay on alone a lot of the way. Southern from Eaglehawk. She'll be coming through under the 240 mark. Then we'll have the Ivanhoe runner there in Nelson, Miven, and also Hurley. Event number 13, the G 800 metre for men. We have 10 starters. Miller Jylaf is in Station 1. Seb Vanderbrink in 2. Station 3 from Athletics Essendon, Jesse Lumby. Thomas Hughes from Mentone is in Station 4. Sebastian Day and Old Savarians, he's in 5. From Knox, we have Anjana Jalaf in Station 6. In Station 7, Aidan Marasco from Box Hill. In 8, from Wellington, Jet Schofield. In 9, from Ringwood, Thomas Lynette. And Riley Stewart from Wellington rounds out the field in Station 10.
On your mark.
So top seeds here around the 2:02 mark, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see a sub-2 in this race. It's a good field. Riley Stewart looking strong early. Also moving nicely, Jesse Lumbie in the Essendon colours. And on the inside, it's Amila Jayalaf going along and holding a good position on the rails. But it will be Lumbie who starts to set the pace. Looks like Riley Stewart's going with him. And I think the Wellington runner might be side by side as they go through in 28 through the opening 200. Jayalaf sitting on the rails. Also positioned nicely there. Looks like Hughes from Mentone. Sorry, he's at the rear of the field alongside the Box Hill runner there in Marasco. But forcing the pace out early here. It is Jesse Lumbie. 2:02.6 is his best. Now we're seeing Hughes come through the Mentone runner. Strong running as he hits the bell. So Thomas Hughes is going to take them through in 57. Let's set it up. Amila Jayalaf in next position. The outer lane there, Thomas Lynette looking strong. Gee, they're coming together as Schofield and Lynette start to clash bodies. Vandenbrink on the inside of that. Also Jayalaf, which is Anjana, also in the mess there. As we're seeing Sebastian Dayan also start to make his move. Down the back straight though, Schofield is doing the chase here. Lumbie still in the picture as he goes past Jayalaf. Schofield chasing. He's got his teammate Stewart trying to go with him, and then it is Anjana Jayalaf. But out front, 1:28. I think we're going to see a sub-2. We just need Thomas Hughes holding on to that good form. Comes in for 2:02.2. So let's get behind Hughes, but also Lumbie looking good. Now Jayalaf, and that's Anjana. He's showing the strength in that final stages alongside Dayan from Old Savarians. But into the home straight now. Hughes did a big move, 400 out. Jayalaf's trying to come home. Dayan's coming with him, but it's going to be a good, nice run here. Just going to be on the 2-minute mark. I think we're going to see him under it. Right under. That's it for good run then for Jayalaf. Lumbie held on beautifully. Dayan to the outside. Nice finish there from Marasco. Vandenbrink in the mix alongside Lynette. The great running there. Thomas Hughes breaks the 2-minute mark. Thomas Hughes, first time ever under 2 minutes here at Milers Club, number 2 for season 23-24. So great running, young man from Mentone. Thomas Hughes breaks the 2-minute barrier. Unofficial, that is.
10, I think. How many times you get?
So next event on the track, the women's F800 metres. We have 9 starters, and they are from Box Hill, Annabelle Roberts in Station 1. From Ballarat YCW, Lenny Williams in Station 2. From Nunawading, Julia Hipwell is in 3. Station 4 from South Melbourne, Bridget Williams. Next to her from Chilwell it is Lainey Scott. From Essendon we have Jamie Lee Cobain in 6. From Box Hill, Lacey Williams in 7. From Mentone, Sarah Hastings in Station 8. And Station 10 from Sandringham, Amber Lowe.
On your mark.
So top seeds here around the 2:27. So I've got a range of 27 through to 29. So once again, should be a nice tight race. And I think Lacey Williams looking strong early, the Box Hill runner. Also Bridget Williams going nicely in the South Melbourne uniform, and also Lenny Williams. I've got 3 Williams in this one. It's make my life very difficult. And it looks like it might be Williams at the moment as they start to settle. So the 3 Williams girls leading the way, but it's Lacey from Lenny and then Bridget in that order. So moving through nicely, just on the 34-second mark, I think, as they went through 200 approximately. So Laney Williams looking good at the moment. Lacey Williams, leading the way at the moment. The young lady from Box Hill. It's Bridget Williams in the South Melbourne colours. She's on the... Gee, that's an interesting move from Laney Williams. She went very wide round the bend. That allows Bridget Williams to come through. So the young girl from South Melbourne, she is moving beautifully. 2:27 is her best. So Williams. Then from Chilwell, we've got Lainey Scott moving nicely. And then it's Annabelle Roberts in next position. There's the two Williams girls at the moment out front. Bridget Williams being chased there by a Lacey Williams. And they are really starting to move away from the pack now. In next position, it is Lainey Scott from Chilwell. And I think it's Roberts from a Box Hill in next position, and then Lowe, and then Lenny Williams just being passed now by Jamie Lee Cobain. Out front, though, South Melbourne versus Box Hill. Who's going to give in this one? Bridget Williams looking strong as they go through the 600-metre mark. Gap pretty much the same. There's a 1.5, 2 metres between them. Who's got the strength as they come around the top bend and into the headwind on the home straight here? So it's Williams with a 2:27. 2:28 is Lacey Williams' PB. So the young lady with the higher PBs or the better performance coming through, but now we're seeing the charge and the challenge get behind both of the two girls, but it looks like it might be Lacey Williams might take the chocolates here this afternoon. 2:27 or 2:28's her PB. It's going to be just over the 2:20 mark, so Lacey Williams take a great running. Bridget Williams, though. Amber Lowe came right through. Nice finish. Annabelle Roberts will be next, then Cobain. Next one through will be Scott, then Lenny Williams. Sarah Hastings next, and Julie Hipwell will round out our field here this afternoon in a very entertaining women's F 800 metres. Yep, event for Lacey, you get the chop. Just a reminder for athletes as they arrive at the track. Our registration area is adjacent to the main grandstand, so just check in there with Cookie and Shania and Marianne who are helping out. Make sure you are checked in at least 20 minutes before, and then we'd like you down around the start area about 5 minutes before the start of your event. So we can keep the event running on program as it has been going for the first 14 races. A little bit of excitement now as we go to the next race. Race number 15, it is the first of our dashes for Ash. So $100 on the line to the winner of event number 15, the men's F 800 metres. 100 in cash, and we will have a full field of 9 lining up. So the men looking for that pot of gold at the end of this track are in Station 1 from Old Scotch, AJ Merry. Station 2, he was at Milers Club number 1 right back in 2005. He's still here. We can't get rid of him. It is Simon Fitzpatrick. Station 3 from Western Athletics, Ethan Riley. Station 4 from Box Hill, it is Nathaniel Ueka. Station 5 also from Box Hill, Joshua Daly. In 6, all the way from Albury, we've got Eric Reimers. In 7 from Old Zavarians, it is Oliver Evans. Station 8 from Ringwood, Callum Settle. And in Station 9 from Keilor St Bernard's, David Matthews. The men's dash for cash, F 800 for men, 9 starters.
On your mark.
So a good start here for the dash for cash. Fitzpatrick in the blue uniform. Alongside him from Western Athletics, that's Riley going nicely. And the first of our Box Hill runners, and I think that might be Daly. So good even start here. 27-28 through the opening 200 metres. Looks like it might be Daly who's taking the lead as they come through. And Fitzpatrick just settling back into second position. A little bit of a gap then to Riley from Western A's, and then it's the old Zavarians uniform there of Evans. But into the home straight now. The dash for cash is on. $100 on the line. No seed times under 1 minute, but I think this is definitely going to be a sub-1 race as we see Joshua Daly leading the way. There's lining up. Settles making his move alongside Ueka. Now we see Reimers from the Albury Club just going to the outside, but out front it is still Daly leading the way. So Daly, Fitzpatrick, Riley in that order. $100 on the line in this race as we see Reimers now making a big move down the back straight. So the Albury runners come all the way down the track. This will really pay the petrol on the way home. And Reimers is the one making the big move. 200 out. So it's Reimers alongside Daly. Can anyone go with him? At the moment, no. So Reimers is leading it. You've then got Daly still in second position. Fitzpatrick, Riley in that order. A little bit of a gap to Ueka, and he's coming home strong, but has Reimers done the job, or has he gone too early as Daly just recoups and goes to the outside? Reimers on the inside. Daly trying to go for the win again. $100 on the line. The young man from Albury getting the staggers. Daly's coming the outside. Reimers holding on. Ueka takes it. Whoa, cool as a cucumber. Looks, I will wait for the photo on that one, but Nathaniel Wecker, Reimers did everything he possibly could, but I think it might have been Ueka who took that one out, so if the boys can just hang around a little bit. So officially it looks like Nathaniel Ecker takes that one out. Joshua Daly second, Reimers in third, but Ueka, Nathaniel over here. $100 richer, how's that feel?
Very good, very good.
Great race, you came from nowhere. That was a great finish, PB?
I think so,
What was your previous best coming in?
2 minutes.
I think it might have been a bit under. So well done, Nathaniel Ecker, $100. We will be in touch. So official winning time for Nathaniel Ecker taking out the dash for cash. He's got his first sub-2 as well. 1:59.03. A very exciting race. I'd say a few of those boys stuck under the 2 minute mark there for the first time. So great racing in race 15 as we see the young ladies walking on the track now. Race number 16. It's the women's E 800 metres. It's a strong field of 10 starters, and they are Emily Canavan from Wellington in station 1. Right next to her, another one of the Wellington girls, it is Alicia Reid. Station 4 from Ringwood, Emily Shearer. Next to her, Jasmine Hume. Celestine DeBarg Tamai from Mentone, she's in 7. Zoe Clark from Yarra Rangers in 8. Addie Taylor, Box Hill, is in 9. From Ringwood, we have Alicia Harmer in 10. And from Athletics Essendon, Jamison Towers in 11. And Amy McKinley doing the pacing out in lane 8.
On your marks.
So McKinley in the Milers Club pacing kit on the outer lane there. Jamison Towers alongside her, the multi-eventer. So getting in for a bit of 800 practice here. But on the inner lanes, let's try and spot on. A couple of the Wellington girls. Canavan, I think, might be the one who moves to the front. So they're making it a bit hard for McKinley to come across as Reid just darts forward. So Alicia Reid. Now McKinley takes up the pace. So McKinley's got the pace. Now we see the young lady. It looks like it's the Ringwood uniform coming through there, and that will be Harmer. So Reed's still sitting there in a second position. As we see McKinley just striding along nicely. She's only really got one athlete going with her at the moment. So top seed in this one's around the 2:25 mark. So we'll try and, I think we'll see them come through around the 70-second laps. All right, so we're looking around a 67 opening lap here, so it's quite fast as we see McKinley coming through. 60 on the clock now, and she'll be just on that schedule as she goes through. So 65, 66, and it is Shearer leading the way. Now we've got Harmer chasing. She's alongside Clark. Reed's in next position. Then I think we've got Hume. Towers at the rear of the field at the moment, just going past DeBarg Tamai. But out front now it is Shearer from Ringwood. 2:25.20 is her best time. Her teammate Harmer is now chasing her. Clark's going with her. Bit of a gap then to Reed and also Hume. But down the back straight, it is the young lady from the Ringwood Club, and that is Emily Shearer. She's one of our top seeds in this race. So rounding through the 600, 143 unofficial. So it's Ringwood, and then the Arrow Rangers. Zoe Clark really starting to wind it up, and I think she'll finish with a flurry into this home straight as we see Shearer just starting to tie up a little bit coming into that last 100 metres. Clark starting to build some momentum. Gone past the first of the Ringwood runners in Harmer. She's setting her sights on the second one, but it's still Shearer leading the way. She's done so for most of it once the pacer went out, but good, well-judged race here. Zoe Clark looks like she's going to get it. It's going to be right on the 2:20 mark, just over. Clark takes it. Shearer. Then it was Harmer. To the outside then it was Hume. Also through there was Canavan. Finishing strongly, Addie Taylor. Reed comes through, and Towers will round out the field there in the women's E 800 metres. We now move to the men's E 800 metres, race number 17. Alex Link from Ivanhoe, he takes station 1. Alexander Cameron Smith from Western Athletics in 2. Ned Tyrrell from St Kevin's, station 3. From Mornington Peninsula, Sebastian Farrelly in 4. We then have Connor Lynch in 5. In 7, we have from Glen Huntly, Archie Matson. Next to him, his teammate from Glen Huntly, Liam Michelle. And that is our field in the men's E 800 metres.
On your mark.
So nice start there from Connell Lynch. Also moving well is Ned Tyrrell from St Kevin's as they start to settle. So the pace really on Farrelly, trying to chase them down. And then we have the taller figure there from Cameron Smith from Western Athletics also moving nicely. Michelle just dropping to the rear of the field at the moment. Or is that Matson? We'll try and identify those to come through. And Link, never broken 2 minutes. He's sitting just right there. I think this whole field could basically go sub-2 if it's well paced. And I think out front they're doing just that as we see Connell Lynch and also Ned Tyrrell going side by side. Gifting there the little sit is the Western Athletics runner there, Cameron Smith, and he's just taken full advantage of that as Tyrrell takes sole lead as they come through. Let's check the clock as they go through. Could be about a 57, I'd say, as they hit that bell. So 57 to Tyrrell. Cameron Smith looks like he wants to go. He wants to go alongside Lynch, who's just in front of him. Farrell in next position. Farrelly in next position. And then our two Glenn Huntley runners coming home are very strong. But out front, Lynch now takes the lead. It's Lynch, Tyrrell, Cameron Smith. No one else wants it. It's Connell Lynch who really wants to force that pace out forward. But now Cameron Smith decides he's got to go as well. The Glenn Huntley boys are really coming home like a train. And I think that's Michelle leading Matson at the moment. But out front, Lynch, Cameron Smith. Now I think it is Michelle in a next position. Cameron Smith's looked good all the way around, been quite comfortable and well positioned. Goes to the shoulder of Connell Lynch as they come into the home straight the last time. And it is the young man from Western A's just edging forward. So smart run here from Cameron Smith. 159.8's his best. New PB for the Western A's runner. 157. Lynch in next position. Looks like Matson next. Then Link. Right on that 2 minute mark, so good running there. Alexander Cameron Smith, new PB around the 157 mark, taking out the men's E800. Women's D 800 metres. And we have in Station 1 representing Ballerine, Charlotte Wilson. Station 2 from Wellington, Ada Hill. Station 3 from Box Hill, Michaela Ward. Monique Williams from Box Hill in 4. From Corio, Caitlin Charles in 5. From Athletics Nunawading, Maddie Tarabay in 6. Representing Doncaster in 7, Gemma Young. In 8, Lucy Kearney, also from Doncaster. Rounding out the field from Williamstown in 9, Octavia Farfaglia.
On your marks.
So on the inside there, Wilson looking strong, coming alongside Ada Hill already. Great to see another one of our multi-eventers here, Maddie Tarabay, in the Nunawading uniform and looking strong early. But the outside of her, I think that might be Kearney, might be bringing them through. And also coming through now, Wilson from Ballerine on the inner lanes. Tarabay deciding to sit there in second position. But it is the Doncaster run. I think that might be Gemma Young, actually, who's really starting to put the foot down as she goes through the 200 in 31 seconds. So good pack chasing at the moment. I think that is Young. We'll identify them as they come through. Young and Kearney were side by side on the start line. So 53 seconds on the clock as they come into the home straight. Now we're seeing a big run there from the Box Hill runner there in Ward. She moves into second position. Her teammate Williams going with her. And it is Gemma Young coming through. 67-68. Ward next. And then we have Williams, Tarabay. To the outside there is Hill. And then on the inside, we've got Wilson. Charles just tucked beautifully in alongside them. Alongside Farfaglia as well, moving nicely at the moment. But out front, looks like we're going to have a change of lead. Michaela Ward, Box Hill, 223, one of the top seeds, just edging forward. Taking a teammate, Monique Williams with her. So it's Ward, Williams, Box Hill 1-2 at the moment. Now we're seeing Tarabay making her moves. She's looking strong as she goes through. Charlotte Wilson also trying to go with the pace there. They're starting to come together out front. Two Box Hill girls. Then it's Nana Wadding. But I think Charlotte Wilson's the one who's going to really throw a cat amongst the pigeons as they come round the top bend the last time. But it also is Williams making her move. Lots happening in this race. They're all having a real dip at the win here. This women's D800. Time check 2:10. It's going to be around the 2:20 mark as they come through. Wilson's gone to the outside, so the young girl from Ballerine looks like she might have this, but Tarabay's coming again. Williams still in it. It looks like Williams is going to take it. Sorry, it will be Wilson taking it. Tarabay maybe on the outside. Then Williams, Ward, Charles, Farfagula next. Then Hill. Also, the early leader there, Youngs, come through strongly, and Kearney will round out our women's D800 metres. A good win there, Charlotte Wilson, Ballerine. Looks like a new PB for Charlotte. Can you get a PB and
I need all of that and more.
Men's D800 metres, a full field of 9 starters, and they are in Station 1, former Australian record holder representing the VCCL. Welcome to the Box Hill track, Alex Rowe. Station 2 from Ballerine, it is Broden Bonds. Station 3 from Mentone, Alexander Gibson. In 4 from Western Athletics, Robert Whites. Next to him from Knox, it is Bradley Hall. In 6 from Glen Huntley, Kevin Zhu. In 7, Robert Hopkins and Kevin's. In 8 from Western Athletics, Kirk Shanahan. And Station 9 from Nunawading, Corey Robinson. They're your 9 starters in the men's D 800 metres.
On your mark.
So great to have Alex Rowe still racing. He's coming down the grades a little bit as he gets back into a little bit of race form. Whites and also Robertson looking good early as they start to settle. So the Western Athletics runner, Broden Bond, also pushing forward. It could be Bond who settles, but I think Rowe might want to take a little bit of the chance out front there. So Rowe and Whites. I think Robinson's still in the mix as well. No, that's the uniform there of Bradley Hall. Should be in the Knox uniform, but he's just making my job that bit harder. But it is Alex Rowe. Isn't it great to see Alex Rowe racing again? King of the 800 in Australia for so long. And Alex Rowe back here at Milers Club, where he really cut his teeth in 800-metre racing back in the late 2000s into the 2000 teens. So it is Alex Rowe wearing the VCCL kit, leading the way. Hall just behind him, then White. Robinson to the outside. Gibson in good position, going quite wide. Also Shanahan. And then you have Hopkins. Bond in a good position. Now Whites goes alongside Hall. So Robert Whites from Western A's leading the way now. Hall's got to go with him. Bond alongside Rowan goes past. And now it looks like it's Gibson also challenging the former Australian record holder. But Robbie White's looking strong down the back straight. Been in and out of the sport for a little while, but it's good to see the young man from Western A's plying his trade once again. Gibson looking dangerous alongside Bond. So Bond also going nicely. They've gone past Hall. So White still leads. Broden Bond in the next position. Gibson going with him. Then Hall and then Hopkins. So into the home straight now. Robert Whites went early, went hard and went strong. He's just going to hold on. The challengers are going to come at him. They'll go wide into this home straight. Robinson starting to pick up pace. Hall back into it again. White's just digging deep and going hard. Hall coming at him. White's probably done enough. Time check 1:55. Robbie Whites will take it. Hall, Gibson, Robinson, Bond, Hopkins, Zoo, Rowe and Shanahan. Okay. As the wind starts to just come up a little bit more here in the home straight, a little bit of a headwind on that home straight. We will now introduce our field in the women's C 800 metres, and there are 8 starters. In station 1, representing Wellington, it is Cadence Fleming. Station 2, from Box Hill, Thea Prattley. In 4, all the way from Eaglehawk, it's Scarlett Southern. 5, from Glen Huntley, Emma Wadley. Station 6, representing Ballerine, Evie Lurie. Station 7, from Box Hill, Lucy Reid. Station 8, from Old Scotch, Gabrielle King. Station 9, from South Melbourne, Charlotte Gibbs. And our pacer, once again, Amy McKinley. So looking about a 67 opening lap once again from McKinley. Let's see how they settle. Good opening stanza there from Cadence Fleming on the inside. Also the Eaglehawk runner there in Southern moving beautifully in the early stages. So McKinley will now start to drift across and start to take the pace. Gibbs also up beautifully at the moment from South Melbourne. So McKinley striding nicely. Gibbs the one who's just going to slip in behind. Southern just up the back of her, and then King from Old Scotch in next position. So on the rails there, it looks like that might be Fleming from Wellington, but they are really nicely bunched and they're moving beautifully at the moment with Amy McKinley doing a great job of pacing. So Charlotte Gibbs, she comes in for 2:22, one of the slower seeds, but certainly putting herself out there nice and early, the young lady from South Melbourne. So it's McKinley, Gibbs, Southern, To the outside, Wadley from Glen Huntley is looking good. She's just coming alongside there, the Scotch runner there in King. So McKinley's getting them through, 65, 66. Well done, Amy, right on target. Southern in second, then King. Wadley looking good. Lurie starting to get her speed up. Goes alongside, that's Cadence Fleming. Now we're seeing a little bit of movement from the Box Hill runners there, and Prattley starting to move her way through. But Charlotte Gibbs leads the way down the back straight. Wadley's probably one to look out for. She was just very sedate on that early lap. And now we're seeing also, I think that's Prattley coming through well from Box Hill. But out front, it is the young lady from South Melbourne. That is Gibbs. Leading the way from Southern. Wadley. Also, Prattley, I think, is really starting to move nicely as they go into that last 200 metres. So Gibbs is up by about 6-7 metres. But as I said, I think Wadley's the one to watch. Really nice, sedate first lap, and she's really starting to put the afterburners on as we see Gibbs just starting to struggle into this home straight. So Wadley moving beautifully. Emma Wadley coming through to the outside now of Gibbs. So Wadley. Also, I think Prattley coming home strong. It's not over yet. So time is 2:12. So we're going to get them well under that 2:20 mark. And it will be Prattley, I think, is going to come over the top here. So Thea Prattley will take it 2:20. Then Wadley. Good run from Lurie. Then Southern. Gibbs held on beautifully there. King will be in next position. Fleming. And then it will be Reed. So nice run there. Thea Prattley, Box Hill, takes out the women's C 800 metres. Men's C 800 metres, 9 starters, and they are in Station 1 from South Bendigo, Logan Tickle. Station 2 from Box Hill, Lachlan Marasco. From Nunawading, we have Jake Olorenshaw in 3. In 4 from Wendouree, Archie Caldo. Next to him, from Casey Gdynia, the Australian All-Schools champion, Lucas Kish. In 6 from Doncaster, Kevin Rasool. 7 from Ballerine, Joshua Unthank. In 8 from Knox, William Collins. And in 9, Thomas Scroggy. That's our 9 starters in the men's C 800 metres. Great to see Rasool stepping up here to the 800. Also good to have Archie Caldo back. Lucas Kish, what a talent this young man is. He's a 154 runner and one of our top seeds here. Won the All Schools. So Scroggy to the outside. We're seeing Tickle moving through beautifully. Another great junior, not known for his 800s. So we see Scroggy just beautifully gliding across. Who needs a pacemaker when you got Scroggy out there? Now we're watching for Rasool, and he's going to sit into that second position now. More of a 2-4 runner, stepping up to the pain of the 800 metres, and I think Kev's going to feel what it's all like on that second lap as they go around. First lap's always so easy. Caldo looking ominous there, the big figure of Archie Caldo just to the outside. Now we're seeing Kish just come to the, really taking the wide line here. So good to see Kish going up against open company here. It's going to be really good for his race experience. The Scroggy leads them through. Unthank also looking good as well. And at the rear of the field, we've got William Collins, but they're all bunched together. Rasul now really having to dig deep as we see Caldo just stepping forward and approaching Scroggy. Watching for Tickle as well, but now Kish is starting to make his moves. So now Rasul's going to have to answer the question, has he got the second lap in him? Archie Caldo goes for it. We've got some chocolates courtesy of your mum at the end of this line here, Archie, if you can do it. So Caldo's really pushing forward, just really moving back into the 800-metre running, and Archie Caldo going to be pursued by Kish. Watch out for this young kid. He can run. So it's Caldo versus Kish. This is going to be right on into the home straight. Watching the clock. It's in the 140 still. So Caldo holding on. Now we're seeing Unthank come through as well. But Archie's just holding. Now we're seeing Collins. He's coming from nowhere. Kish just coming over the top. Lucas Kish. He'll take it. 55. Caldo, Ola Renshaw, Collins, Unthank, Marasco, Tickle, Rasul's got the 2-lapper, and Scroggy. You missed out on the chocolates. A little bit. So he's already been dubbed the Kish of Death, and we saw it there tonight. Lucas Kish, remember that name, already taken an Australian All-Schools Championship, and now he's taken out the men's C race in the 800 at Milers Club. Let's introduce the field now. The women's B800, and what a good field it is. 11 starters. Station 1, former Vic 400 hurdles champion. Welcome back to the Box Hill track from Glen Huntley, Yvette Cordy. Next to her from Mentone, it is Karen Hayter. Another one of the 4 hurdlers in Station 3 from Frankston, Paige Alvey. Alongside her from Wellington Athletics, it is Cassie Farley. In 5 from Eureka, Lucy Jones. In 6 from South Bendigo, Chelsea Tickle. Madison Carroll, Athletics Essendon, she's in 7. Station 8 from the Victorian Athletic League, it is Meg Dean. Station 9 from Ballarat YCW, Eliza Lapierre. Alongside her from Ringwood, Chloe Lynette. And rounding out our field from Wellington in 11, Maddie Boyd. That's our field in the women's B 800 metres. A good field of 11 here. You've got Cordy, the more experienced runner, on the inner lanes. Next to her is Hayter. She had a good season last year. Paige Alvey loves the 400 hurdles, and it's good to see her just stretching herself out over the 800 distance here. Great for her strength, and it is Alvey, as they settle, who will take the lead. Dean just to the outside of her. Lucy Jones in next position, the young girl from the Eureka Club. Eliza Lapierre, one of her Ballarat regional teammates, just sitting just behind her. So through the 200 and about 32. So it is Alvey and Dean. Jones striding nicely in that next position. They're really well bunched at the moment as they come through. So round the bend, Paige Elvey just takes the pace off a little bit. You'll see the field really starting to come together as they come down the home straight the first time. So Elvey leads from Dean. Carol in good position. Also Eliza Lapierre, not really tested over the 800 that often. She's a good 10K half marathon runner, also through the 5K as well. But Dean now alongside Elvey. Jones, Farley. Now Lapierre to the outside. Hayter's got a bit of work to do. Lynette's on the rails there. Boyd just behind Cordy as they start to really go for it down the back straight. And it will be Dean, I think, who'll make the challenge. Farley looking pretty good in that 4th position. Now we're seeing Lapierre just working alongside Carol. But out front, no real change. Elvey on the inside, Dean, and now Lucy Jones just launches for it. So the yellow uniform of Eureka, look at Jones go. She's gone from gear 2, 3, 4 gears up through the 600 metre mark. And Lucy Jones, if you want a confidence booster, this is the one. She's going round that top bend the last time. Lapierre's the next one to challenge. So it's a Ballarat 1 and 2 at the moment. And then Elvey, also Dean. Carol holding on. So sorry, that's not Lapierre coming through. It is Jones leading the way at the moment. And we'll try and pick up our second place as they come in. But Lucy Jones, what a run here. That's Cassie Farley in the 2nd position. My apologies. But the 2 young ladies from regional Victoria look like it might be a 1-2 here. Jones takes it, 2:14. Farley, Dean, Carol, Elvey, Lapierre, then Tickle, Hyder, just ahead of Lynette. Then we have Cordy and Boyd. But a very entertaining run there in the women's B. Lucy Jones takes the win here. 2:14 unofficially. Nope. I think we had. Unofficially, let's congratulate Yvette Cordy. We think that's a new Victorian record. I won't mention the age, but it is, it is 50 plus, so well done, Yvette. New record being broken here tonight at Box Hill. Let's introduce the field now. The men's B 800 metres. We have 8 starters. John Kuol, Old Severians. He is in station 2. From Collingwood Harriers, Oscar Mazzaraki in 3. Next to him, it is Lachlan Barber in the Box Hill kit. Callum Burns from the ACT, we welcome him back to Milers Club. He's in 5. From St Kevin's, Jack Bowen is in 6. Ethan Anthony is in 7. Big welcome back to Ethan to Australia. Also in 8, we have from South Australia, Asher Gillings. And in 9, from Box Hill, James Taranto. That's the field in the men's B 800 metres.
On your mark.
So a few big names floating back into the B race here. Good to see Lockie Barber back after a 4-year break. Mazzaraki to the inside of him. Jack Bowen moving nicely. Also good to have Ethan Anthony back on Australian soil. And it is Barber looking strong. Kuol on the inside, just starting to move his way forward. And I think John Kuol might take the pace as they start to settle. It will be Bowen to the outside of him, then Barber. Anthony in next position, then Mazzaraki. And then you've got Burns from the ACT. A little bit back off the pack at the moment is James Taranto, but they're really moving strongly early. Bowen and Barber really pushing each other. Kuol's the size he's going to sit in that 3rd position. Now going to the outside, I think that will be Mazzaraki trying to move his way up and get into the action as they hear the bell. So coming into the final 400 now, Bowen leads it. Maserati, 54 high there. Maserati in second. Anthony in a good position. We've also got Gillings from South Australia in the blue uniform, just tracking along with Anthony nicely. Kuel looks like he's running out of gas as Taranto starts to pick him up, going towards that last 300 metres, but Bowen gets strong. Looks like Barber's just trying to work his way forward. Anthony's got a bit of work to do. Also Gillings, and alongside him Burns. But out front, Bowen. Barber looking dangerous, so as they start to wind it up 200 out. It is still Bowen leading. Maserati in second. Now we're seeing Burns from the ACT really wind it up and get the legs ticking over. But Barber now goes again. Straight past Maserati. Burns is coming at him as well. Barber going to the outside, into the headwind now. Bowen's done so much work out front. He's trying to hold on. Barber's coming at him though. This is good finish. I think Bowen's probably got it. Burns coming in strong, but Barber will take it. Burns will be in next position. Then Barber, Kuol, Gillings, Taranto, Anthony and Maserati. So good, strong running there. And it was Jack Bowen coming through all the way there. Takes a good win in the men's B800. We now introduce the field for the women's A800 metres. Station 1, representing Wellington, Ali Fleming. Station 2, from Mornington Peninsula, Declan Tanner. In 3, from Glen Huntly, Jemima Tennakoon. In 5, we welcome from New South Wales via Penn State. Welcome back to Box Hill, Hayley Kitching. In 6, from Western Athletics, Rochelle Kennedy. In 7, we welcome from South Australia, Victoria Chalsh. In 8, from Glen Huntly, Sophia Hanlon. And in 9, also from Glen Huntly, Emily McLean. They're your 8 starters in the women's A800 metres. So great to have Kitching back here at Box Hill. We saw a bit of a breakthrough performance for Hayley at this meet last year in December, and she is the one who is going to take the lead. Kennedy's trying to go with her, and also Chalsh from South Australia. A little bit of a gap then. We're going to see Decky Tanner, what season she's having as well. So the young girl from Mornington Peninsula is just sitting in that next position. I think McLean's just going ahead of her. Hanlon's just tacked on beautifully to that lead bunch, and it's Kitching leading the way. Chalsh just to the outside. Kennedy happy to sit in that third position. Then Hanlon, McLean, Tanner. Then we have Fleming and Tennakoon. So round the top bend first time. Chalsh is really putting it out there to Kitching. Just sitting one out, one back on her. So Hayley knows she's got a bit of work to do in this field. Victoria Chalsh coming in for 2:09 time. So Kitching the top seed. Kennedy in good position sitting on the rails. Now Tanner, she's got a big strong kick finish. So let's see what Decky Tanner can do here as they go through in 63. So pace is good but not solid as we see Kitching still leading the way. Tennakoon now just getting ahead of McLean. Fleming going with her. Tanner in good position. She's sitting fourth just ahead of Hanlon. But out front, Chalsh hasn't moved and it looks like she might be challenging Kitching. So Kitching just back from the States this week. Good to see her here at Box Hill to really shake out this domestic season for herself. Now we're seeing the class of Hayley Kitching just starting to move forward. Has Tanner got an answer to this? Hanlon just off the back of her. Kennedy sitting in good position as she has the whole way through this race. And now it's Kennedy that might be the one who challenges as Chalsh just goes back slightly. Kitching still leads it coming in into the home straight. So it's Kitching, Kennedy, Chalsh, Tanner and Hanlon coming back at them. Good race in 5 here. Then Tennacoon and also Fleming. But down the home straight, Kitching's done a lot of the work. Will she be rewarded with the win here? So big race from Kitching. 2:03 on the clock. But Hayley Kitching, let's get behind her. What a big run from the girl from New South Wales. Kennedy, Hanlon, big finish from her, then Charles, and then Tanner. Tennacoon next through, and then Fleming rounds out the field, and that's the women's A800. Hayley Kitching taking the victory once again at Box Hill at Milers Club meet number 2. Let's introduce the field now for the men's A800 metres. We have 9 starters. Station 1, we saw him run so well over 600 metres at the Zatopek. How good was that run from Matty Goff? He's lining up in Station 1 from Glen Huntley. Next to him, we welcome from the Australian Capital Territory, Hayden Todd. In 3, from Western A's, bit of a favourite here at Milers Club, sporting quite a good haircut and mow, it is Matthew Hussey. In 4, back from South Australia, a real regular at Milers Club. Once again, great to have Harrison May back here at Box Hill. Next to him in 5, it is the Milers Club record holder from St Kevin's, the very, very great Jack Lunn. In 6, another South Australian, it is Jack Atherton. In 7, also from South Australia, DeGraw Amakata. In 8, from Geelong Guild, Joshua Perdrasat. And in 9, another all-schools champion from Sandringham, Hamish Donahue. 9 starters, the men's A800 metres. So no pacemakers, these guys are racing, and this is what we like to see. Good opening part there from Goff as he starts to move forward. Perdrasat's always quick early, and it could be the young man from Geelong Guild who leads the way as they cross over the break line. Lunn in good position. Hussey just trying to move his way forward. Also Atherton going strongly. He's in the fluoro colours. Nice positioning there from Hayden Todd too. He's in the red uniform from the ACT. But Perdrasat leads the way. Lunn's not freaking yet. He's just moving beautifully, taking Hussey with him. Atherton in next position. Goff on the rails. Amakata in next position. So into the home straight. Josh Perdrasat leads the way. Lunn just sitting nicely, pulling the rest of the field through. Going wide there is Donahue. Usually has the big kick finish, but Donahue doesn't want to be too far off the action as they go through in 53. Donahue just getting in the way of Atherton a little bit. Now we're seeing Todd go. Amakata just beside him. Harry May just off the back with Goff. But out front, Lunn's taken the lead now. So Lunn leads it. It is then the figure of Matthew Hussey. And now we're seeing Todd really start to make his moves down the back straight. And it is Jack Lunn showing his class here. Todd's running beautifully though. He's approaching Huss. So he goes past Hussey or alongside him, but out front Lunn. But I think it might be Hayden Todd who's going to make the big moves here. So Lunn's leading. Todd's looking really strong as he comes round the final bend. It's going to be on between the two of them. So Lunn, let's get behind them too. We got the hometown favourite and the the Australian Capital Territory runner. Lunn's just too strong. Todd's made his moves, but Jack Lunn will be right in there. It'll be sub 150. So good running there for Lunn. Todd, Hussey, Atherton, Amakata, also Goff, Donahue, May and Perdrasat. So Jack Lunn challenged there by Hayden Todd from the ACT, but a good win there. and 2 sub-150s, I believe. Remember, you can check all the times on Results Hub. But Jack Lunn, record holder here at Milers Club, didn't challenge that tonight, but not a bad season's opener, and a great race there in the men's A, 800 metres. We'll now have a slight break, and we'll go to the 15s. So about a 5-minute break now until we get going again. We'll be starting the 1500s at 7:50. So make sure you go and have a bit of food with Box Hill. Go and visit Runner's Paradise over there as well. And I'm going to try and restock the chocolates down here on the finish line. come?
Yes, I will. Thank you.
Good. So you mainly B, is that the one you...
Yeah.
So on the far side of the track, we now move to the 1500 metre action, and the first one up, first of our 19 1500 metre races will be the men's M15, and we've got 13 starters. Colby Kwong from the Mad Rabbit crew, also Thomas Scott in 3. In 4, we've got Bailey Barrett. In 5, from Bendigo Uni, Kai Thompson. In 6, we have Trent Dawson. In 7, from South Melbourne, Daniel Clark. In 8, Edward Smith. In 9, from Ballarat YCW, Benjamin Higginbotham. In 10, from Diamond Valley, Jordan Rudd. In 11, from Athletics Essendon, Chase Jardine. In 12, we have Lucas Warson. In 13, from Ringwood, Angus Elder. And in 14, from Bendigo University, Aidan Thompson. They're our 13 starters in the men's M 1500 metres.
Guys, can you not warm up in line with me in the finish line? That's great. We're about to go, guys. On your marks.
So good start here. Looks like we've got a possibly have a pacer thrown in here as well. That could be Max Ueda. But gee, our young man doesn't want to wait for the pacer. Why would you when you can just start out front? So nice little start here. We'll try and pick up our runners as they do come around into the home straight the first time. But it looks like it's Max Ueda, I think, is in the pacer singlet there, sitting in second position. One of our younger competitors just forging out front at the moment in the first of our 19 1500 metre races here at Milers Club Meet 2. And now I think the pacer might start to just take his role out front. So if our young man, and we'll try and see who that is. That is Thomas Scott. Just stay in there. So 4 there, that's Bailey Barrett. Also we have Edward Smith going along nicely. Colby Kwong's in that lovely uniform there from the Mad Rabbit crew. Nice little bunch sitting back behind there too, just working together in the early stages. Jordan Rudd, he's on the inner rails there. Daniel Clark just to the outside of him. The Bendigo Uni runner, I think there's Aidan Thompson. But out front, they're through in about 74, 75 seconds through that first 400. And you see Colby Kwong now starting to make his way through. So the junior runners, a couple of them sitting back there in 4th and 5th position on the track. Rudd just moving along nicely at the moment. And also we've got the young man from Ballarat YCW there, Benjamin Higginbotham. He's in. Nice to see that pack just working together in the early stages of this 1500 metres. So our pacemaker just doing his job out front, just having a look around, and you see that there's 5 bodies, 3 of them not too far behind there, and a little bit of a gap to 2 of our younger competitors as they come through, and they'll be getting 2 laps to go. So great to see pacers doing their job. Now remember, if you can't race any of these events, you're perfectly welcome to come along and pace, and we'll see a few more pacers coming into the action a little bit later. So it is Bailey Barrett out front, also Chase Jardine, also up there Edward Smith, Colby Kwong, then a gap back to Thomas Scott. Next position there, Trent Dawson, then Jordan Rudd, then we've got Kai Thompson coming through, then Clark. Also up there, that was Aidan Thompson. So not far behind him was Angus Elder. So runners just starting to spread a little bit, 2:35 thereabouts through. And what we're seeing here is one of the more experienced runners there in Trent Dawson, just starting to bridge the gap and move his way forward. So as Thomas Scott's got Jordan Rudd just behind him. Clark now is going to come alongside Thompson. But out front, Max is doing a great job of just keeping that little pack of 5 together. As we see Trent Dawson just join them up there. And Colby Kwong looks like he's got a little bit of a go in at the moment, just going on the outside. As Max Ueda from Melbourne University Athletic Club brings them through, and you will hear the sound of the bell.
Have you worked out what time you're going to do
So let's see how far Maxi takes them. He's going to get them now to the 1100 metre mark. Kwong and Dawson. Then we've got the younger runners there in Barrett, also Jardine and Smith. Next one through will be Thomas Scott, then Jordan Rudd, very well-paced race. Daniel Clark next, Kai Thompson in the next position. Then we've got Elder, also right next to him, Aiden Thompson. Higginbotham in next position. And then we have Lucas Warsome, but down the back straight, here comes the big run, and it is going to be Trent Dawson. Can Kwong counter this move? But Dawson is sitting back about 6 or 7 position early when the pace really went down, but now the young, not so young man, Trent Dawson leading the way, and Colby Kwong just trying to sit in there and do what he can. He's being chased by Smith. All right, so Trent Dawson's coming through, 4:30 on the clock, coming in with a seed time of 5:30. He's going to be well and truly under that, and it will be Trent Dawson in the black uniform taking victory here in the M race at about 4:45. So a good run there from Dawson. Kwong will be in next position. Great finish there from Edward Smith. Chase Jardine in next position. Bailey Barrett up next. He'll be sub 5 minutes here, so that's a big PB for him. Our early leader, Thomas Scott, just going over the top of Jordan Rudd. So 5:10 time for Scott. He'll be better than that. Also, Jordan Rudd, he came in for seed time of 5:20, well and truly under that. Looks like it will be Thompson just coming over the top of Clark. And then Aiden Thompson in next position. Elder through next. 5:17 was his time, so he was just on that time. And Warsome next position. And then Higginbotham, who's got a 5:30 seed. Let's get Benjamin under that, and he does. So the whole field well and truly finished before the 5:30 mark, but a good win there. Trent Dawson takes it out. I think I can do right. You'll be fine. Unless you really, really want one, Ali, it's up to you. No, they're pretty ugly, actually. Yeah, just wear what you like.
The line closer to me. Okay, guys, we're going to start the race and we'll introduce once the race is running.
On the line, ready to go in the L race. We will introduce the field once they are underway.
On your mark.
So racing now, this is the men's L 1500 metres, and we have Anthony Hine from Williamstown, also Glenn Imbriano, Diamond Valley. Banjo Kane is also racing. Next to him will be George Lefborg, Lachlan Anderson from Ballarat YCW, from Doncaster, Ashcock Sinnadurai, from South Melbourne, Anthony Miven, Perry Grant from Eureka, also Austin Baker. From Athletics Essendon, Andre Fowle, Michael Thomas from Mornington, Gianluca De Marais, Padavane, Jack Downey from Athletics Essendon, Daniel Hill. Also from Sandringham, we got Henry Ainley from Williamstown, Iggy Strybosch. They're our racers in the men's L 1500 metres. So quite a big field. Sort of Fowle's gone out to the lead, and once again Max Ueda is pacing, just sitting back in that 4th position on the rails, but Fowle leads it. You've also got Austin Baxter. Michael Thomas taking the wide line there. A few of the Williamstown boys running together. Anthony Miven running very sedately at the rear of the field at the moment, but things can change a lot in the 1500. It is young Andrea Fowler from the Essendon Club leading the way. From YCW, I think it's Anderson in next position. And then our pacemaker. So he's probably sitting on the agreed pace. Thomas there within a mosquito fleet of the younger runners, including 3 from the Williamstown Club. And that would include Anthony Hine. And now our pacemaker just gliding his way around the top straight, and he'll start to take over some duties in front of Andre Fowler. But now we're seeing the YCW runner just going to the outside, into the home straight, and they'll be getting 2 laps to go. So Maxuator takes the lead. Looks like it's Daniel Hill in the YCW uniform. Then Fowler. And we have the young Doncaster runner there. Still good to see the Williamstown boys running together. Michael Thomas, the more experienced runner, just taking them through. In that pack also is the Sandringham runner there in Henry Ainley. But out front, it is Daniel Hill leading the way. He's got a 5-minute C time, so I'd say that's a bit of a guesstimation. Let's see if Maxi can get him under that 5-minute mark. So race in, well, 1 really, because it's pacemaker and also Daniel Hill out front. And they'll be coming through to get the bell lap. Fowler now sitting in no man's land. I think that's Banjo Kane who's sitting in that next position, but now Thomas has come past him and brought that quite big group behind him. So great running there from Thomas just to take the juniors through. But Hill's got 1 to go, 3:28. It's going to be well under the 5-minute mark. Fowler coming through next. We've also got Leftborg. Also Kane coming through now, and that is Sinarajurai that they've gone past, the Doncaster runner. So entertaining race here. Imbriano then coming through. Lachlan Anderson. Now Miven's coming through. And also it is Gianluca de Moraes Padovani. But down the back straight. And our pacemaker's done a great job. He's just encouraging Daniel Hill to really go for it 200 metres out, and he's doing just that. And we're seeing some moves here. I can't spot the Williamstown runner, but he's just going to the inside there of Fowler. Thomas is also going with him, so that could have been Leftborg. Also, Banjo Kane was up there. So let's track them as they come through. But Michael Thomas has decided he's going to really launch for it as he goes past the water jump the last time. But let's get behind Daniel Hill. He's in the YCW uniform, so let's get the Ballarat crowd right behind him. So big run here. He had a 5-minute seed time, and this is going to be a big run. So 4:39, sub 4:40 there. Michael Thomas, one of our more experienced runners, regular here at Milers Club. He's got a 4:55 time. He's going to come in well under that. Leftborg's going to be in next position. Then Kane. Nice run there from the Eureka runner in Perry Grant. Also to the outside there, Austin Baxter. Gee, they dropped from the skies here as you see Sinarajurai coming through now. But impressive run there, Daniel Hill. As we see more of our runners come through, and that was Anderson from YCW. Miven coming through next for South Melbourne, and that will leave de Moraes Padovani to round out the men's L 1500 metres. Daniel, you get chocolates. There you go. There's too many little blues. I didn't know who was who. Yeah. Gorgeous.
About to go, runners. On your marks.
So underway now, the F 1500 metres for women, and we have 19 starters. Isabella Johnson, also from Preston, Adina Morrow. From Collingwood Harriers, Zoe Delaney. Zara Skinner from Melbourne Girls Grammar. From Ballarat YCW, Greta Ashley. Abby Hartner from Bendigo University. Isla Mivan from South Melbourne. From Ivanhoe, Theodora Halley. Also Olivia Green, Alexandra Stubbs from Old Scotch, Lucy Jones from Johns from Diamond Valley, from Melbourne Girls Grammar, Isabel Khan, also Aoife Shackloff, Ebony Woodward from Bendigo University, Maddie Gilchrist is back again, she raced the 800, from Athletics Essendon, Havana Ali, Olivia Higginbotham, Ballarat YCW, from Diamond Valley, Ella Littlehales and Sophie R. Bateman. So that's our field, and this looks like Gilchrist. Saw her in the I think it's Gilchrist coming through, so we're in the 800 a little bit earlier. Sorry, that's our Bateman leading the way. And then we have Greta Ashley. Also the outside there, we've got Little Hales and Higginbotham. Mivan in next position, then Morrow. Then it is Savannah Alley, the race walker. So nice pack just forming at the rear of the field there. A little bit of bodies coming together, but out front is the young lady, Sophie R. Bateman. Don't know much about her. She's got a seed time of 5:30, and that is one of the faster times in the field. So Bateman really moving nicely. Greta Ashley, seen a lot of Greta at Milers Club over the years. She's sitting in good position there in the Ballarat YCW uniform. And then it is the Diamond Valley runner there in Little Hales. She's got a 5:36. So Ella Little Hales moving along very nicely. And also with her not far away there is Olivia Higginbotham. She's got a 5:35. Mivan a little bit of in no women's land at the moment. So that is Isla Mivan. Seen her father and also sister already race here this evening or this afternoon at Milers Club. But Sophie R. Bateman, she'll be coming through to get 2 laps to go. So Bateman. Then Ashley, Little Hales, Higginbotham. Then Mivan. Then it looks like Ella Uzan. Sorry, Havana Ali, I think, coming through. She's to the outside, and that's Gilchrist to the inside of her. Also sitting in nicely at the moment is Lucy Johns. But yeah, that's Havana Ali. Very, very good race walker is young Havana. Alongside Ella Uzan, who we'll see a little bit later in the program. Multiple Victorian record holder now. But out front, no real change. Sophie R. Bateman looking strong. So quite big gaps here. Mivan now been joined by Delaney. You can see Gilchrist and Ali just working together at the moment in that lovely pack that's formed there. But into the home straight now, and it is Sophia Bateman. She'll be getting 1 lap to go. As I said, 5:30 is her seed time. I think Greta Ashley might be just putting a little bit of a dent into that lead at the moment. But Bateman running very wide in the lane, going a little bit of extra distance there as she hears the sound of the bell. So 1 out at 3:50. Ashley's just doing her job at the moment, so Greta's not panicking. Still 400 out. Little Hales in next position. Higginbotham not too far behind her. Then Delaney's making a bit of a move. Gilchrist is going with her. Morrow now alongside Ali, and they're just drawing in on Niven. Then we have Aoife Shackloff. The outside there also we have the Cartner of Bendigo Uni. So coming through now, Theodora Halley. And also 1 lap to go for Alexandra Stubbs from Old Scotch. But out front we have a change in lead. So it was Greta Ashley just biding her time there. So can Sophie just stick in there, run strongly over this last 200 metres, but Greta Ashley just gets a little bit of a lead on. So this will be 2 Ballarat YCW wins in 2 successive races here. So it'll be a nice trip back up the highway to Ballarat for these young runners who've done so well in the earlier 1,500 metres here this evening at Milers Club number 2. So good running here, Greta Ashley, opening up her account at Milers Club with a win here in the F 1,500 metres. So Ashley coming through now. And Greta Ashley on about the 5:15 mark. That'll take the win. Great running, Sophia Bateman, well under that 5:30 seed time. Little Hales comes through next. Gilchrist, who's running twice. She'll take next position, actually, 5:24. Then Little Hales. Higginbotham next position. Morrow and Delaney having a really good battle here, but Adina Morrow just comes over the top. 5:34 for Morrow. Delaney smiling all the way. Isabella Johnson through next. Also Ebony Woodward through. Cartner. And then Ali coming through. Big finish there for Zara Skinner. And then we see Theodora Halley. Also Olivia Green. And it will be Alexandra Stubbs. And she will finish just on the 6-minute mark there. But a nice win. Greta Ashley takes it out in the women's F 1,500. That was a good race. Tightest race of the night. Hey, Greta, do you want some Maltese?
To go with the start. On your marks.
So once again, we're on the way here. This is the K Men's 1,500. And we got Elliot Wilcox from Richmond Harriers, Harry Lynn from Williamstown, Max Wright, Nunawading from St Kevin's, Dino Imbriano, Jude Barrett from Athletics Essendon, from South Coast, Martin Lynch, Jonathan Mansour, Melbourne Uni, also Robert Jones, Ollie Burt from Ballarat YCW, from Richmond, Jamie Muggerman, Jake Reed, also Williamstown's James Lynn, and from Williamstown, Zephan Golds McSweeney. So the pacemaker, Maxi Wader, once again doing the job. So we can see the Richmond uniform. That's probably Elliot Wilcox sitting up there early. Maxi just down is starting to edge forward of the pack, as we've got a couple of the youngsters up early. And there's Jake Reed. And then it looked like... Ooh. I reckon that was Ollie Burt up early as well. Then the Richmond runner there is Wilcox. And then one of our Looks like Christian Knox also in for a pace job there. He's got Jude Barrett just behind him. His teammate there from the Essendon club. You can see the South Coast colours there as well, and that's Martin Lynch. A little bit of a gap then back to Dino Imbriano. A few little moves taking place here. So our pacemaker doing a good job. Two pacemakers. As you see, Christian just starting to work that midfield and taking a few of those younger runners with him. But out front, Max leading the way. It's a Ballarat YCW uniform. Can we go 3 in a row for YCW? Woo. So approaching 2 laps to go now. Still a good pack. A lot of the younger runners really dicing it up there with our pacemakers. And it is Ollie Burt leading the way. Then Goals McSweeney in next position. Still going nicely is Jake Reed. Elliot Wilcox in next position. But now you find that Goals McSweeney deciding to join the action out there. So we've had 2 Ballarat uniforms win the last 2 races. So are we going to see it again here with Ollie Burt? But Goals McSweeney, he'd love to get in amongst the action here and have a win at Milers Club. There's nothing quite like it. So the pacemaker just starting to stretch them out a little bit. Ollie Burt responds. Goals McSweeney going with him. Then we've got the 2 Richmond runners alongside each other. And we're seeing the South Coast uniform there in Lynch starting to make his way through. So the pacemaker just getting a little bit of clearance here. The competition really on as the more mature runners from the Richmond Harriers start to make their way through. Elliot Wilcox the first of those. Also there's Jamie Muggerman from Richmond. Lynch in there as well. So the big boys starting to really come out to play now. Goals McSweeney trying to go with them. Also the Melbourne University runner there. But out front, Elliot Wilcox leads. Jamie Muggerman next position. Now it's starting to happen. Lynch starting to move forward. Goals McSweeney going with him. Burt not dropped yet. Barrett also starting to make a move. A little bit of a gap then to Max Wright. But out front, looks like Elliot Wilcox. 4:44 is his seed time. I think he's going to be thereabouts here this evening in this K race. It's a 1-2 at the moment for Richmond. We've seen Ballarat YC really doing so well in these 1500s, but it looks like Richmond are going to take home the candy in this K Open 1500. Muggerman's doing the final charge here over Wilcox. Battle for club pride here, but Elliot Wilcox, he'll take it out. 4:40 on the clock. Then Muggerman, Lynch, Barrett, then Wright in next position. Goals McSweeney, big run from him. Then Burt. Next one up there, Paris Gadsden. Jonathan Mansour, his teammate, coming through. And then Jake Reed, Imbriano, Harry Lynn in next position. And James Lynn will round out the field here in the men's K 1500 metres.
Okay, we're about to go.
So ready now for a men's J1500. Once again, we'll announce the field once they're underway. And that is now. All right, we have Jensen Wheeler from Williamstown, also Williams Davies from Mornington Peninsula. From Melbourne Uni, Jimmy Goulis, Western Athletics, Daniel Villado. From Richmond Harriers, Michael Johnson. William Short from Glen Huntley. From Diamond Valley, Rodri Whelan. William Anderson from Knox. From Doncaster, Alfie Onley. Angus Emmons from Glen Huntley. From Albury, Dexter Hill. From Langwarrin Running Club, it is Andrew Molditch. Jasper Bignell from Sandringham, also Anthony Stamoulis, Jesse Nankervis from Ballarat YCW, and from Mentone, Oliver Scott. And Max Ueda once again doing the pacing duties out front. Looks like the Mentone uniform's not too far behind him, and that will be Oliver Scott. So around the 4:33 through to 4:40 mark is the spread on this field. As you see, Max Ueda out nicely. Also moving well early there, it is Jasper Bignell from Sandringham. Dexter Hill from Albury sitting midfield. Johnson, Villado, a few of the more, and Goulis sitting at the rear of the field. So more of the experienced runners just sitting at the back at the moment as they look at an opening lap of around the 70-second mark. So they're on about 4:23 pace, thereabouts. And it is Max Ueda leading the way. So there's no sub-430s in this pack, so Max has certainly got them moving along nicely. I think Stamoulis might be sitting there in second position. Now we're seeing Hill just moving up slightly, going into that 5th or 6th slot. Taller figure there of Nankervis, not far off the back of him, and also William Anderson. So it is Oliver Scott leading on the track. Nicely strung out at the moment. A few of our more experienced runners still sitting at the rear of the field, but as they come down, they'll be getting 2 laps to go. So Scott out there, also Stamoulis. Another one in the picture at the Williams Short, then Hill. Nice running there also from Molditch, sitting midfield. From Mornington Peninsula, we have William Davies. Now Johnson starting to make his moves, just gone past the Diamond Valley runner there in Rodri Whelan. As we go through the 800 mark in about 2:25, I'll give that one, maybe 2:24. So sitting on 72 pace there, so around 4:30. So I'll need a little bit of a kick down if we want some sub 4:30s. It is Hill who's making the big moves there, the Albury runner, Dexter Hill now in 3rd position alongside Stamoulis. William Short next. So now it is Oliver Scott leading the way on his own. He's got a 4:38 PB. Dexter Hill's coming in, and he has got a 4:34. So Stamoulis also there, and he's a 4:35 runner. So nicely even, or evenly matched out front. Short also in the picture, and he's a 4:33 man, one of the top seeds. Young Sandringham runner there is Bignell. He's coming through. Nankervis not far behind him. And then we see, as I said, some of the more experienced runners now starting to make their way through. Michael Johnson from Richmond, the first one of those. Villado now coming alongside Goulis. Then we have Angus Emmons from Glen Huntley. Then Molditch. Then Whelan. Davies in next position. Then our Doncaster runner in there in Onley. Tracking through the 1200 now, 300 out, and this Hill looks like he's going to make the big move here down the back straight. So Scott's done so much of the leading since the pacemaker dropped off, but Scott's not going to let him go past easily. So just pushing Hill out to the outer lanes there, and Scott really 200 metres out is making this race on. Let's get behind these. It's a very good race out front here. Scott's done a lot of the work. He's pushed up forward early. Hill did a big move to try and get into the lead, but Scott wouldn't let him through, and they're going to come into the home straight locked together. Short in next position, then Villado's coming home strongly. He's just gone past Stamoulis, Johnson coming, and also Goulis, but into the home straight here, Dexter Hill and also Oliver Scott, and it will be really close. And what we're seeing is William Short coming over the top of everyone, and William Short will take it for Glen Huntley. That was a good run. Hill, also Scott, then Villado, big finish from him. So some good times being run in the men's J1500, entertaining race. As we see Jensen Wheeler coming through now, also Rodri Whelan, and also the rounding out the field, William Anderson from Knox. But good run there. William Short from Glen Huntly taking out the race.
We're about to go, runners. On your marks.
Now in the E1500 metres, Emily Wetzels from Glen Huntly in 1, Poppy Donaldson, South Melbourne in 2, Angela Williams from Wendouree in 3. From Diamond Valley we have Grace Robinson, Vegas Henry from Glen Huntly, from South Melbourne Ruby Donaldson and also Alex Harrison. Then we have Arabella East from Athletics Essendon, Sana Jayasinger, Grace Halifax from the Melbourne Girls Grammar. We also have Simone Phelan from Ringwood. We have Natalie Barr from Essendon, Jennifer Mendez from Essendon, Rosa Barbanti from ICW, Sarah Watts from Sandringham, Ceci Clissold, and from Wellington, Zali Metcalf. So that's our field. Doesn't look like any paces in this one. And they are just out there racing. Looks like Mendez might be up there early. Jayasinger also prominent. From Diamond Valley there we've got Robinson on the inside. So outside, the Donaldson twins, they're making my job easy because we've got Poppy in the South Melbourne colours and Ruby in neutral colours. So nicely bunched here. Harrison sitting in the middle of the field at the moment as they're going through opening 400 metres in about 76, 77 seconds. So sub 5 minute schedule, and there's not one sub 5 minute seed time in this. So at the moment, they really are setting up a nice pace. I think it might be Robinson from Diamond Valley. He's doing a lot of the work out there. Jennifer Mendez right there. That is Poppy Donaldson in the South Melbourne colours. Her twin not too far back, and she's in the white top. Harrison also in the South Melbourne colours, sitting in about 7th position at the moment. Now Mendez just pushing up onto the shoulder. Jayasinger's sitting in a really good position too, so she hasn't had to do a lot of the work, and that bunch is moving on beautifully. This is great racing here in this women's E1500 at the moment, as they are really moving along as a big team. You can see Wetzels just sitting at the rear of the field. You saw her earlier in the 800 metres, so she's doubling up, and now we see Donaldson take the lead. So Poppy Donaldson, a little bit of a stretch out there, and Donaldson takes the lead from Jayasinger, and then Ruby. Sarah Watts is making her way around. Also Natalie Barr from Ringwood in good position. But this Poppy Donaldson is launched forward. Now one of the Glen Huntly girls goes after her. Let's try and pick up who that is. So good race on. They're through low 240s, I think there. Sorry, about mid 240s for the 800 metre mark. Jayasinger now joined by Ruby Donaldson. So Jayasinger. Then the Ringwood runner there is Barr. Harrison just off the back of her with Mendez. Watts moving nicely in the mid stages as well. I think it might be Robinson just drifting back through the pack. But out the front, Poppy Donaldson, 5:10's the seed time, thereabouts. So looking strong. Coming through, she'll be in the bell lap, and she'll have a break of about 10 to 15 metres. Jayasinger just moving past Ruby Donaldson, Harrison with her. So it's Poppy leading. 1 to go. Next up there, Vegas Henry from Glen Huntly. Then Jayasinger and Harrison. Watts starting to move through. And then we also have Grace Robinson starting to move through again. Williams just sitting there in the pack. Wetzel's coming through now with Clissold. Also, we have Barbanti. But out front, Donaldson. Looks like the next runner coming through there will be Harrison with Jaya Singer. Jaya Singer won't let Alex Harrison go past, though, as they're bearing down on Poppy Donaldson. So Donaldson's still leading, but not any longer, as we see Jaya Singer take the inside running there. Harrison chasing through. So Jaya Singer, Harrison, Donaldson. Looks like Robinson's back in the picture again. She's got Watts with her. And then we have Vegas Henry from Glen Huntley, but round the top bend. And it is Sana Jaya Singer. We saw her take out an encouragement award before at Milers Club, and this is the sort of running that she does to earn the plaudits. Harrison tracking her and going wide. Jaya Singer's led the last couple of 100 metres. Harrison challenging. Time check 4:53. Let's see if we can get them under that 5-minute mark. But Harrison just launches forward. Alex Harrison, 5:01. Jaya Singer, Robinson, Watts, Henry, Donaldson, Mendez. Then we have Metcalf. Boy, great racing there. Alex Harrison, lots of things happening in that race. A lot of moves, good run by Donaldson, but in the end it was a teammate there, Harrison. As we see Halifax coming through. Then Wetzel's, Clissold, Barbanti.
On your mark. That's two people trying to get it. I didn't know about two. I knew about one.
So back on the track. And we do have the men's 1500 metres with Joshua Field. Archer Bramble from Essendon, from Malvern Jared Cooper, from Nunawading Travis Block, from Mornington Ocean Shepherd, from Box Hill Lachlan Backstar. Stephen Morgan from Western Athletics, from Albury, Jackson Harrop, from Knox, Alistair O'Brien, Archie Grant Eureka, from South Melbourne, Alex Colbert, Andy White, also Tyler Finch from South Bendigo, Thomas Steinman from Doncaster, from Essendon it is Samuel Duncan, and also from Diamond Valley, Joel Imbriano, with Lockie Hurd doing the pacing and taking Joshua Field through. Also Christian Knox doing a bit of pacing there as well. So young Joshua Field sitting in the first position on the track there. Looks like it's Tyler Finch in next position in South Bendigo uniform. So through in about 71, I think that is. So that's a sub 30. Sub 4:30 time as Lockie Hurd just gets a little bit excited, losing a bit of distance there to the boys. As we see one of the Essendon runners starting to come through there, I believe. And that could be Archer Bramble. So we're now seeing the pacemaker Lockie Hurd just drifting back a little bit, just reforming contact. So all the runners still moving along very well, as we see Ocean Shepherd to the outside there, just tracking along with the South Bendigo runner there in Finch. So Archer Bramble leading. Jackson Harrop from Albury looking good. Also Tyler Finch from South Bendigo, as we said. Shepherd in next position. Then the Western Athletics runner there in Stephen Morgan. Then Jack Field, the Eureka runner not too far behind.
223, 24, 225, 26, 227, 228, 229,
So out front, it is Bramble, the Albury runner there in Harrop, not too far behind. This is going to be a very interesting race. They're really starting to string it out here. So Archer Bramble's got a 4:33 to his name. They're definitely quicker than that at the moment. And it is Harrop, the one who takes the next move. This is good that they're just changing lead around. So Jackson Harrop, he's got a 4:32 to his name. They'd love to see the finish time here in the 4:20s or even better than that. Nice running from the South Bendigo runner there in Finch. He's just sat in beautifully the whole way. Now we're seeing Samuel Duncan and Alex Colbert. Also Andy White starting to make his move. Then Morgan. Then from Melbourne Harriers we've got Jared Cooper. But the bell rings and Archer Bramble takes the lead again. But I think it might be the man from South Bendigo. Finch is looking quite dangerous here. But Samuel Duncan. Big run here from Duncan. So he's made the launch here. Can anyone go with him? Colbert is looking good there behind the Albury runner in Harrop. Duncan's gone early. It is Finch who's trying to chase him down, but 200 metres out, it's Samuel Duncan from Essendon. Colbert's now chasing. Bramble's still up there, so too is Finch. So Colbert's got to commit himself now because Bramble's going to come along to the outside. Has Duncan gone too early? The race is back on. A couple of our early leaders there and Finch and Bramble in the mix. But now we're seeing the unattached runner there, and that is Andy White also coming into the mix and taking the wide line down the home straight. And I think it might be White who's got the momentum. Finch leading, Colbert in there as well. And it will be a win there to Finch, Colbert, White, then Duncan, Morgan, Shepherd, Bramble, then Cooper. Then we've got Archie Grant coming through, Field, also Imbriano. Next one in there was Lachlan Baxter. Thomas Steinman coming through. So next up, it's the men's H 1500 metres. We're currently running about 4 minutes behind, so we're just trying to catch up on that. So men's H 1500, we'll announce the field once they're underway. And could we please have runners on the infield, please, keeping out of the line of vision between our starters and the... Yeah, we need clear vision to get each of these races started, so please keep the infield relatively clear as we are starting to drift in time. So men's H 1500 on the line, and we'll announce once they're underway. So racing now, we have Chevan Hedriarchi from Waddingon 2, Aidan Davis from Athletics Essendon, also from Essendon, Noah Torello, from Melbourne University, Patrick Nichols, from Glen Huntley, Jack Lana, Athletics Chilwell, Magnus Woods. We also have James Hall from Mentone, Travis Boyle, Jack Resker, Lachlan Stewart from Old Scotch, Will Leslie Box Hill, Carl Schapp from Western Athletics, from Athletics Essendon, it's Lucas Harris, Harry Older from Ringwood, Clay Hopgood, and from Morning Peninsula, Cameron Sace. And once again, we've got a pacer out there. Looks like Christian Knox doing the pacing as they start to settle themselves down. So still nicely bunched, as Knox just puts the foot on the brake, and Hurd also pacing as well. So Lockie Hurd also out there. So our pacemaker's running 1-2 at the moment. Then we have Harry Elder getting a little bit antsy, wanting to go with them. Also up there, Jack Resker in the Zavarians uniform. So Hurd, Knox, followed by Elder at the moment. And then Reska coming through. I think that might be Noah Torello in next position. His teammate Davis not too far behind him. Then from Chilwell, that's Magnus Woods, the taller figure in the blue. So Elder now going with the pacer. Looks like we've dropped one of our pacemakers. As Lockie Hurd doing the job out front at the moment. So Elder out there. And also Reska. I think that's Torello in next position. Then Woods. Hediarachi just alongside Davis at the moment. And then from Western Athletics, we've got Shap. So top seed here is about 4:25. So that's we're on around the 72nd laps thereabouts. So that is Lucas Harris from Essendon sitting up there early. There's Elder and also Reska looking good out front. Then it is Harris, Woods, Davis, Hediarachi. I think Shap's in next position. And then we've got Jack Lana. But out front, a race in two now. Pacemaker's done his job, so the paces are out and the races are on the track, and lots of moves coming from that chase pack as well. Hediarachi's one of those. Shap looking in good position. We've also got Torello in that pack as well. But out front, Harry Elder wanted to move past the paces early, just got a little bit antsy, as I said, but he's showing why, because he's got good form as he comes down to approach one lap to go. So Harry Elder, he's got a 4:26 personal best. Certainly on a good time here if you can just keep that last lap together. Reska in next position, then Hediarachi, Lana, then the two Essendon runners in Davis and also Harris. Then Woods, Shap, Torello. Next one up there is Stewart. Then from Mornington, that would be Sace. So coming through now, Clay Hopgood. But out front, it is Harry Elder. Second position, lots going on there. He's got Hediarachi and also Lana really duking it out down the back straight. So lots happening, but Elder has a good lead. Can he hold that last 220 metres? Hediarachi's taking Lana along for the ride at the moment, and now we're seeing a good move there from Lachlan Stewart from Old Scotch. So it's all happening in this last 200 metres. Stewart really getting ahead of pace going as he goes past Reska, takes Davis with him. Hediarachi and Lana still battling on beautifully, but into the home straight. Harry Elder, what a big run from him. 4:26 is his best time. He's going to be well under that here today. What an impressive run from Elder from Ringwood. Hediarachi and also Lana still battling on nicely. Woods and also Stewart coming strongly, but 4:20 on the clock. Woods will come through for second, then Lana, Hediarachi, Davis, Stewart, then Sace, Shap. On the inside there was Reska. On the outside it was Torello. A nice run there, Harry Elder. New personal best for him.
About to go. guys, girls, sorry, girls and girls. On your mark.
So underway now. This is the women's D 1500 metres. Malafari is running. Also from Bendigo Uni, Phoebe Lonsdale, Sarah Fitzpatrick from Essendon. Also Madeline Keeney, Doncaster from Box Hill, Annabelle Smith, Sophie Kennefack from Box Hill. From Mansfield, Hippolyta Tersini, Audrey Savage from Essendon. From St Kevin's, Claudia Tierney, Ella Uzan from Essendon. From Ballarat YCW, it's Olivia Beaton. Eden Hill from Albury, also Henrietta Bridgman. Georgia Pounding from Old Severians. Molly Bremner from Athletics Essendon. From Ballarat YCW, it is Paige Tuddenham. Looks like Bremner leading the way at the moment. Tierney on the inside there. Also, we've got Tuddenham. Good running also from Ella Uzan. That's hip number 11. So Ella Uzan, a Victorian record holder in the walks, in multiple distances across the walks for her age group. And Ella Uzan, quite a name to watch in the walks community. And it's good to see her out racing 1500 here this evening at Milers Club.
74, 75, 76.
Bremner leads.
78.
Tierney in next position. Girls are still fairly well positioned there. They're on sub 5 minute pace at the moment and very, very well bunched. As I see, Molly Bremner leading the way. So wind's still really whipping up down this home straight at the moment. So not quite ideal conditions. Let's hope we can crack that open in the January meet. So remember, January 18th, next meet here at Box Hill for Milers Club 3. Very, very strong chance it will sell out like this one did. So if you want to be in on the action, make sure you get your entries in very, very soon. We will operate a wait list once again, but there's no guarantees. There are about 60 people missed out on this meet, on this occasion. So Bremner still leading the way. We've also got the figure there of Beaton to the outside. I think that's... Still a very good bunch in there. And you see Georgia Pounding sitting in nicely. I think she's got a few paces here tonight. They're really shooting for that time of around the 4:40 mark
239.
for Georgia.
243, 244, 245, 246.
But out front, it is Beaton joining Bremner. So Bremner's been setting a good pace all the way through here. And that's while that pack is still sitting together quite nicely. Looks like the Mansfield runner there too, Cini just dropping off also with, that looks like Madeline Kearney. But out front, it is still a rapid pace being set here. Wind just starting to really take off in this home straight once again. There's a bit of a change of lead out front. So the race is really on here as they come through to get the bell. So Audrey Savage leading the way. Henny Bridgman on the inside there. So formerly Henrietta Lawrence has represented Australia at the World University Cross Country, and Lawrence now, Bridgman now starting to just make her way forward. So good to see Henny back racing again. Savage is going with her. Can't quite identify the runner in third. There's no hip number. Beaten in next position. But out front, it's Henrietta Bridgman leading the way. As I said, an Australian representative, University Cross Country, and we're seeing that good form as Henny Bridgman just starts to ease it forward. Savage now sitting in third position. Looks like Beaton still in fourth. But round the home bend, into the home straight now. And Henrietta Bridgman leading the way. First race, I'd say, on the track for Henny Bridgman for quite a few years. So a good performance back in the spotlight here at Milers Club. So Henny Bridgman, she'll come through to take the win. Time check 4:45. So it'll be sub 4:50 for Bridgman. Savage will hold on. So Bridgman's happy with that. So it looks like Fairy was in the next position there. Good run there. That was Smith coming through just over the top of Uzan. Also Bremner coming through. And Sarah Fitzpatrick. Eden Hill crossed the line. Georgia Pounding's good run from her. And it will Madeline Kearney rounding out the field here in the D race for the women's 1500 metres. So next up we will have the men's G 1500 metres. 17 starters will introduce the field once they are underway.
Event 37, number 37.
On your mark.
So event 35 of 44, the men's G 1500. Thomas McCarver from South Bendigo. Tyler Hughes Mornington from South Melbourne. Tyler Dirksen. Richmond Harriers. Mark Stodden. From Box Hill, it's Tarkin Buckley. From Mentone, Matthew Bergen. Also from Mentone, Lachlan Fulton. From Melbourne Uni, Corey Harrop. From Old Severians, Liam Stocky. From Albury, Blake Morgan. From Athletics, Gus Augustine. Isaac Sontag from Williamstown. From Western Athletics, Amit Dalawal. From Bendigo University, Cade Hutchison. David Grigg from Ballarat YCW. From Deakin, Jackson Lynch. And Riley Sullivan from Mentone. Lachlan Hurd doing the pace job with Christian Knox once again. And it is the Albury runner there, Blake Morgan, who's up there early. Also, I think that will be Riley Sullivan. Also in the play early, Corey Harrop from Melbourne University. So Hurd doing a good job out front once again. About a 67, I think, going through, maybe a 66. So they're on about 4:10, 4:12 pace potentially. So 4:18, I think, might be the best seed out of this lot. So fairly close seeding between about 4:18 to 4:22 thereabouts. So Lockie Hurd really pushing the pace early. So it is Blake Morgan. He's a 4:23 runner, so into unknown territory here for young Blake. Let's see how that pace holds up. As you can see, it is a long line. That means the pace is on. So Hurd really driving them strongly here. The Melbourne University runner there is Corey Harrop in second position. Then we have the Deakin runner, and that will be Jackson Lynch. Now Augustine's moving forward. Also up there, we're seeing a good move there from Matthew Bergen. His teammate there is Fulton. He's got Tyler Hughes right near him. Now we're seeing the Winnipeg wonder, Tyler Dirksen from South Melbourne, just starting to make his way through the field. So 2:14 through the 800. So dropping pace there a little bit, but still in a good form here. And it is Blake Morgan leading the way, but I think the charge is really starting to come. Lynch looks like he's one of those who's starting to push forward. Augustine, we saw him run so well at the Collingwood Classic last week, and Gus Augustine, he is moving nicely into third position at the moment, just moving, edging forward ahead of Corey Harrop. So Blake Morgan leads it still. Once again, great to see the Albury contingent down here. We've seen quite a few of them in the field so far. It's great to have that regional Victoria presence here. We have them from Gippsland, Ballarat, Bendigo, Geelong and Albury. As we see, one of the Geelong runners. As I say that's Lynch, I think, taking the lead here. So Lynch leads it. Also going strongly is Kate Hutchison from Bendigo University. Really on now as we see them starting to really put the foot down. And it is Hutchison, I think, from Bendigo Uni. He's going down the back straight and he'll be leading. Could be Bergen, I think, from Mentone also in the mix. Augustine's still there as well. And then a little bit of a gap back. I think that's still an old Severians uniform, and that will be Liam Stocky. But out front, gee, this is a big run for the Bendigo Uni runner there, and Kate Hutchison really launching onto this last lap. So just got to hold his composure over the final 150, and looks like it's going to be a nice little win here from Kate Hutchison. He's got a coming in for 4:22 best time, 3:52 on the clock. He's going to absolutely smoke that. So we're going to see around a 4:10, just over, I think, here for Hutchison. But what a run, really getting those arms pumping. I think it might be Bergen in next position, then Augustine and Stocky. But Kate Hutchison is going to take it. Just going to be on the 4:10 mark. He'll be happy with that. It will be Bergen in next position, then Augustine, Stocky through next, then Lynch, the now early leader, then Stodden coming through next with the Winnipeg Wonder. And then we have Tarkin Buckley, Riley Sullivan through. And rounding out our field will be Isaac Sontag. But a good win there from the young man from Bendigo, and that's Kate Hutchison.
About to go, runners. On your marks.
Men's F1500 metres. We have 15 starters. Justin Woolsey from Frankston, Ben Rouse from Essendon. From Old Scotch, we have Thomas Lindemann from New South Wales. We welcome Joel Harler, Billy Aston from Melbourne Uni. From Old Severians, Ben Butler from Glen Huntly, Lachlan Manara from St Kevin's, Cooper Proven from Mentone, Andrew Turver from Knox, Jet Keeley. Also Lewis Gillette from Bendigo Harriers, Adam Schlicht, Wendouree, Jacob Cheeseman, VCCL's Tobias Lawrence and Dane Gray from Glen Huntly. So Lockie once again doing the pacing duties out here. So going through now 400 metres in about 66 seconds, thereabouts. So setting off a good pace. You can see Cheeseman up there amongst the action early on. Lindemann's white hat moving beautifully down the back straight and plucking out a few more positions as they start to really settle. So interesting one here is Harler from New South Wales. He's got a 4:15 to his name, so expect Joel Harler to be in amongst the action as they get down to the final lap here. But it is Lockie Hurd just setting a beautiful pace for them at the moment. Cheeseman really looking good early. We've got one of the Glen Huntly boys up there. I think that's Manara. He's going nicely. As they come down, and they will be getting 2 laps to go. So Hurd is Harler up there. Also Manara. Now St Kevin's runner also moving nicely, and that's Cooper Proven. Rouse out the back of the field at the moment. Approaching the 800 metres, so about 2:12. So they're sticking nicely on those 66s. And the pacemaker's done his job. Now the racing really starts. So Harler, he's got a 4:15. Cheeseman's right with him. He's a 4:16 runner. And then we have got also Manara up there. He's a 4:18 runner, so they're well seated at the moment, and it looks like Cheeseman's just starting to get a little bit of push on, getting alongside Harler. So still a bunch of about 8 in contention here. This is very solid racing in this men's F race. As we see, Cheeseman just to the outside of Harler. So the New South Welshman in the Bankstown uniform come all the way to Victoria for a great race, and he's certainly getting that here this evening. Really bunched, really tight. They're 4:15 through to 4:18 runners. Look how many are in there. Lindeman's still there. You've also got Billy Aston, and then the Bendigo runner also starting to make ground there is Lewis Gillette. So it's all happening here. Harler's just getting swallowed up. And it looks like might have been the Melbourne University runner there, and Billy Aston has done the big launch forward. So this is really broken up big time here. So Aston's really gone for it down the back straight. Gillette also going with him with Manara. Harler's still in next position there. Cheeseman just easing back forward as Lindemann goes past him, but Aston is the one who's really launched it out here. He's up by about 20 metres as they come round the final bend. So Aston, not far behind or chasing down there is Gillette. He's got Manara right on him. Harler's hanging in. He's got Lindemann chasing him down. It's all on in this last 100 metres here. But it will be a Billy Aston taking it out just over the 4-minute mark, 4:04. Gillette will be through next, 4:06. So then Manara, Lindemann, Harler coming through next, then Cheeseman, Probyn's through, then we have Wolseley, also coming through now is Dane Gray, and rounding out will be Tobias Lawrence and Ben Rouse. So a very entertaining race there in the men's F 1500 metres. Right now, and this is the women's dash for cash. $100 on the line. We've got Emily Mifford from Athletics Essendon, Tess Rose from Deakin, from Sandringham, Olivia DaCosta Els, Rose Ashman, Ballarat YCW, Charlotte Jackson from Essendon, from South Melbourne, Sarah Waters, Poppy Nivarovich from Deakin, from Williamstown, Chloe Phelan, Sienna Rose Sandringham, Neve Tabbett Collingwood, Chloe Grund, Michaela Young Collingwood, from Box Hill, Lauren Tay, and Madeline Seklis from a Box Hill. So this is the dash for cash, and I think it might be Chloe Grun leading the way. Also, you've got Madeline Sekius going strong early. So the young girls really pushing it out early here in this dash for cash. So $100 once again on the line to the winner of this race. Seed times ranging around the 4:45 through to the 4:52 mark as they go through about the 72. So we're on 4:30 pace at the moment, if not a little bit quicker. Sekius leading the way at the moment. So wind just easing a little bit now on the home straight. Conditions just hopefully improving as we go through the evening. As they go into the darkness at Box Hill, we believe their new lights are coming soon-ish. So group of 3, little gap then another group of 4. So this field really spreading early, which shows that the pace has been on right from the start. So top seeds are around the 4:45 mark, but there's a few of the youngsters leading the way. Not necessarily our top seeds, but they're certainly putting the foot down. And I think that might be, is that Ashman coming through now? It certainly is. Rose Ashman takes the lead from Sekis, then Tay, then Grund, then Young. Then next one up is Jackson. Feeling at the rear of that field. Then we've got Waters, also Nivarovic and Tabit. As they're approaching 200 metres, 2 laps or 800 metres into the race. And the first one through there in about the 2:30 mark. So pace has dropped a little bit out front. Young's making the big move down the back straight, the taller figure from Collingwood. And I think she's going to join the party out front.
Please get out of lane 1 when you're not in the race.
So it's very strong pace early, and what we're finding is some of the younger runners now suffering because of that and starting to drift back, and we're seeing a very strong run from Michaela Young. Certainly been a big improver over the last season or more, and Michaela Young now moving herself into second position. So the dash for cash is on. $100 up for grabs here in this event, and Michaela Young looking to chase down our leaders as she's making the big move as they approach the 1 lap to go. So Ashman leading. Young. I think Seki is still in next position. Tay not far behind her. Then we've got Charlotte Jackson making the move. As they hear the sound of the bell, it's Ashman and Young. Also Jackson moving through. Mifsud also in the mix there. This is going to be a big dash for cash here. I think Young's just taken the foot off the pedals just to sit off the back of Ashman there for a while, but down the home straight they go. And Michaela Young, I think, has the goods here. Jackson's starting to draw in them as well. I think that could be Tess Rhodes making a bit of a move down the back straight as well. So it's still on here, but it is the young lady from Collingwood, Michaela Young, who's making the moves. So Michaela Young coming into the home straight shortly. She will be leading. She's got that $100. She can smell it as she comes into the home straight. So nice run, good positioning here from Young. So let's get behind Michaela Young from Collingwood. She's going to take out the women's dash for cash. $100 coming her way. Ashman's been brave. She's holding on nicely. Jackson's in next position. Tay also coming at them, and Sekius, but Michaela Young, she'll take it. 4:41 thereabouts. Ashman in next position. Look like it will be Tess Rhodes. And then Madeline Sekius, Lauren Tay, Chloe Phelan, Charlotte Jackson, Emily Mifsud, Sarah Waters just ahead of Chloe Grund. Next one through, Sienna Rowe from Sandringham, Poppy Nivarovic and Neve Tabbitt. But Michaela Young taking home $100 in the women's dash for cash.
About to go, runners. On your marks.
So now it's time for the men's E1500 metres, 16 starters. Joshua Bale from Athletics Southwest, from Shepparton, Kazadi, Kadima, Jackson Eden, Bendigo Harriers, from Adelaide YCW, Riley Shalito. From Box Hill, Joshua Carlin, Nana Waddings, Alan Vernal. From Old Melburnians, Finn Johnson. Jack Waters from Knox. From Box Hill, Isaac Mex. From Glen Huntley, Archie Sidoritis. Also from Glen Huntley, Brady Ryan. Camille Hagazi, Doncaster. Dylan Gillespie, Mentone. Billy Mead also racing. Jonathan Niefling from Athletics Essendon, and rounding out the field from Doncaster, Josh Askar. Like you heard once again in doing the pacing job. Jonathan Neeflin up there already. Riley Shalito making his moves. Bale on the rails. Then we have Brady Ryan from Glen Huntley. So nice pace early on. We'll get a fix as they go through the 400 metre mark. But we're looking at times around the 4:10 top seed here. So it's a good start. They're through at about 63. So that's on 4-minute pace. So Neefling up there. Shalito also in the mix at the moment. Brady Ryan, he's got a 4:10 to his name, one of our top seeds. So pace is looking pretty decent early on here as Lockie Hurd's doing a great job pacing out front. So big thank you to all of our pacers who've taken part so far. We've got a few more coming through later in the evening as well. Always a good part of the Milers Club, seeing runners give back to the sport through their pacing, and that's setting these races up beautifully, particularly on a slightly windy night here at Box Hill. Let's keep our fingers crossed for a big one in January. Going to be a great meet as a lot of the interstaters come through. So Hurd's leading Bale, Neefling, Ryan, Shalito. Carlin in next position, and then we've got Eden as well. Gee, they're starting to really bunch up. Sideritas at the rear of the field at the moment, I think. Just ahead of him is the old Melburnian's Finn Johnson. So 2:08. So pace off slightly. Looks like the pacemaker's done his job. And I think that might be Bale out front. Brady right into next position, just gone ahead of Neefling. Shalito just drifting back into the pack a little bit. They're racing 3 at the moment as they round the top bend and they'll come down to get the bell. So Bale leading. Athletic Southwest, all the way from Warrnambool. Josh Bale comes here. He means business when he races the Milers Club, and he's really charging forward. I love the sound of the bell, but he's not getting rid of Brady Ryan. Ryan right there with him. Gap then to Neefling. Next one through there is Isaac Mex. Then we have Eden. Next one through there is Askar. But the race is on out front. So race in twos. They go through the 1200. Pace once again dropped to about a 68 on that lap. But Bale leading Ryan. It is absolutely on between these two. Neefling, also Mex in next position. I'm not sure if he could breach that gap. I think coming through there might be Waters. But out front, looks like Bale's just gone up another gear. Ryan doesn't seem to be able to respond at this time, but they've still got 150 to go. So Josh Bale leading the way. He's got a 4:10 PB as he comes through. So, sorry, 4:11.60. So let's look, 3:48. Bale's going to absolutely smash that time. So the young man from Warrnambool, this will look good on his social media as Josh Bale takes another win here. And it's just going to be the wrong side of 4 minutes, but Bale takes it 4:02. Ryan, big run from him. Neefling will keep that third spot. Then Eden. Nice run there from Waters. And then on the outside, we had Gillespie finishing strong. Vernal's through, also Asker. Nice run there from Billy Mead. A very competitive run there as Finn Johnson will round out our field. But nice run there. Josh Bale just over the 4-minute mark. Big crunching PB for the young man from Warrnambool. Can we have the infield clear, please, for line of vision between our starter and our timing officials? Can we please have the infield clear? So we're ready on this side, Brendan, ready to start.
Thanks, runners. Moving up to the line on your marks. Better. Gun misbehave.
So slight delay as we try to get our timing system working again. Next up will be the men's D 1500 metres. 14 starters will introduce the field once again when they are underway.
This is a test. That was me doing manual. That was manual. You arm it and I'll set it up to manual and tell me when you're ready. Thanks, runners. We're about to go. On your marks.
So underway, the men's D 1500 metres. Charles Chandler from Eureka, from Western Athletics, Jackson Wright. Daniel Malone from Knox. From Frankston, Bevan Does. From Western Athletics, Liam Morgan. From Eureka, Jordan Mayston. Oscar Gray from Glen Huntley. From Ballerine, Jackson Unfang. From Eureka, Ben Mornane. From Wendouree, Joshua Hawkes. From Knox, Cornelius Nyetic. Kalen Nuong from Box Hill. From Frankston, Peter Dutton. And from Box Hill, Samuel Rattray. That's our field in the men's D 1500. He heard pacing once again. Rattray's gone with him. Chandler just to the outside. Malone on the inside. Then it's Mornane. Luong also going nicely. Jackson Wright in the early stages. Dutton settling at the back of the field. So they'll be looking for sub-4s here. And starting off a 62-second first lap. That's setting them off beautifully on target for the sub-4 minute 400. So Hurd still leading, stringing this field out beautifully. This is our men's D race. We're looking for some sub-4 minutes. Rattray's working beautifully. So a nice little move there. And that is from Oscar Gray. Mornane and his teammate there in Mayston. Not far off the back of them Hawks. We saw Hawks run so well at the 3,000 metre event at Lakeside. Now it looks like the Lockie Hurd's just pulling over. 2:07, so pace off a little bit. Still hovering around that 4 minute mark, and it looks like Chandler's the one who's decided he's going to push forward ahead of Rattray. So a little bit of a move up there, and I think that was Oscar Gray from Glen Huntley. But Chandler now starting to get a little bit of clear air out front. So nice strong run here from Chandler. So the Eureka boys quite present here. I think there's 3 of them in this race. The training partners from the Rod Griffin squad, and Charles Chandler looking strong out front at the moment. little bit of a gap then to Gray in next position. Looks like Wright from Western Athletics is in the picture as well. And now we're seeing Hawks getting confidence and moving past and really launching out towards Chandler, our leader. So Unthank sitting mid-pack there. Malone just drifting back through. Also from Frankston there is Doze. But out front, the gaps are starting to come together. Big run from Hawks, as I said, really maturing beautifully. And Josh Hawks, I think, is going to take the lead very soon. Chandler's about to be joined, and not joined, but passed. Wright going with them as well. So it's a massive run here from Jackson Wright. He's a 4:06 runner. So they're rounding through at 3:29 thereabouts. They need about that 30 seconds, and I reckon Hawks might have that in the legs as he really starts to lift momentum. Looks like Chandler's just found second wind again as he gets himself up and chases down. So Hawks leading into the home straight. He'll want this win. The Ballarat region looking so strong in this event, and Hawks will look at that time. Let's get onto it. Let's get him sub 4 minutes. So Josh Hawks, this will be the first time for him. Getting close, 57, 58. He's done it. Chandler right on as well, and Wright will be right there. We'll wait for the photo. Unthank in next position. He'll take it just ahead of Gray. Then Mason, Rattray, Dutton, Luong. Also Wright up there. Sorry, that was Morgan from the Western A's Club. And then Doze will round them out here. The great running. And Josh Hawks. Another impressive run at Milers Club. A reminder, you can check your times on the Results Hub. I think there'll be a few people nervously pressing refresh on that one. That was very close to the 4-minute mark there. I think Hawks definitely got it. Be close there for Chandler and Morgan. I think right close on. As we approach event number 40, it will be the B race for the women's 1500 metres, women's B. Full field of 16. Way, women's B 1500, Emma Hogan from Glen Huntly in 1. We welcome from South Australia Molly Cook into Poppy Scott Dalgleish from Diamond Valley in 3. Poppy Austin from South Australia in 4. From Williamstown, Alexandra Schultz in 5. From Sandringham, Orla Shackloff in 6. From Yarra Rangers, Brigitte Rice in 7. Alexandra Anthony Glen Huntly in 8. From Mentone, Tilly Williams in 9. Sarah Adam from Richmond in 10. Olivia Twining, Yarra Rangers in 11. Jessica Kahn from New South Wales is in 12. Sky Ellis is in 13. Lily Alice from Glen Huntly in 14. From Box Hill, Amelia Morton 15. And Olds of Areas, Annabelle Coleman in 16. And we have Ali Brooks pacing as Schultz right up there with Hogan. Also on the inner rail there is Cook, the South Australian. So nicely bunched at the moment. So Brooks just doing a pacing job here. They're probably looking to go through probably around that 68, 69 second mark. So 67, 68 as they go through now. So good job there from Brooks, just getting that pace going early here on the sub 4:30. So 72 second laps will get to the 4:30, and they're well and truly under that as they set off into this second lap. So Hogan up early. Schultz looking good. What a year Alexander Schultz has been having. Looks like a little gap then to Cook, the South Australian. She's in the black uniform, but this pace certainly on. Twining at the rear of the field. She's the Victorian steeplechase champ from Yarra Rangers. So you'd expect Liv Twine to come through strong at the tail end of this one. But out front, Ali Brooks just driving that pace. Looks like Hogan's the one going with her at the moment. So Emma Hogan, one of our top seeds. She's a 4:36, or got a 4:36 seed. But certainly has got some impressive form, the triathlete from Queensland. But no, it is definitely Hogan going with the pace. Schultz. Then we have Poppy Austin, the South Australian, in next position. Also up there, Sky Ellis. Good to see Sky back. Bit of a gap back then to Alexandria Anthony. Sarah Adam not too far behind her. That's two marathon runners in this 1,500 metres.
221, 22, 223.
So 223 thereabouts. So they're on 4:30 pace at the moment. So Hogan going with the pacemaker Ali Brooks. A little bit of a gap then. So pacing still going nicely out the front there for Emma Hogan. Gaps are starting to form to Schultz. Cook just drifting back. Looked like Austin was the one making the moves through. So big gap starting to form in this field as they come down. So Brooks has done her job. She's got them through to the 1 kilometre mark there. So thanks, Ali, on the 3-minute mark. So right on 4:30 pace at the moment for Hogan. The chase is going to come on now because I think Austin's starting to get a little bit of a move on here. She's coming alongside Schultz. Sky Ellis going with her. Now we're seeing Shaklov come just in front of Cook. Next one up there is Jessica Khan, the New South Wales youngster. So Williams, then Twining. It looks like Scott Dalglish in the last position as they're going around the bend the last time, and there is quite a race on here.
343, 344, 45, 346, 47, 348.
So out front, it's Hogan. Really driving forward as she's approaching 200 to go. And chase pack really starting to come through there. About 25 metres back though. A little bit of work to do. So 200 metres out for them and it's 4 minutes on the clock. So Hogan's going to be very close to this 4:30 mark. 4:05 now as she rounds the bend the last time. A little bit of movement there in the pack as the chasers started to separate as they come round. But Hogan into the home straight last time in this B race. So 4:20 on the clock now. Emma Hogan coming through to take the win for Glenn Huntley. Strong run here and they're really starting to close fast. And looks like try and pick them up so they come through, but it's a good run there for Emma Hogan. So 4:32 thereabouts. Sky Ellis will come through the next position. Then it'll be Cook, the South Australian. The other South Australian, Austin, not too far behind her. Then Schultz, Shaklov, Anthony. Then a big run there for Annabelle Coleman. Morton not too far behind. Also the young girl Khan from New South Wales. That's a nice run from her. So lots of PBs in that race as we get behind Poppy Scott Dalglish. And she'll round out our field here just on the 5-minute mark in the women's B 1500.
About to go, runners. 13, other side. Right here, not left here. Just pin top and bottom. Thanks. Thank you, runners. On your marks.
So underway now, the men's C1500s, Len Hanrahan from Chilwell, from Albury, Caleb Gilbert, Jack Alice from Chilwell, Josh Nielsen from South Australia, from Bendigo Uni, Avery McDermott from New South Wales, we welcome Travis Fairweather from Box Hill, Andre Maladay. From Knox, it's Harvey Anderson, Lachlan Hall from South Australia, from Box Hill, Durham Diol, Jamie Blackburn, Ivanhoe, from St Kevin's, Tom Forster, Joel Davies, Mornington, Box Hill, Nathan Tiemans, Old Melburnians, Jane Paffroff, Darcy Williams, Wendouree, and Brett Ellis from Williamstown. Doesn't look like we've got a pacer in this one, so it's Caleb Gilbert doing the work out front. Also running nicely, Avery McDermott, big performances at the All-Schools recently from Avery. So the young man from a Bendigo looking good, but Gilbert setting a good pace here. Get a fix on their first split.
61, 62.
So about the 63. So right on 4-minute pace at the moment. So we saw the previous men's race go under the 4-minute mark. So these guys in the C race will be chasing those times as well. Very consistent pacing early though, with Gilbert doing a lot of the work. McDermott to the outside of him. So our top seed is 400.8. I think that is, 4002, which is Harvey Anderson. So according to the seeds, none of these have got the sub-4 to their names, and that's why we're seeing a little bit of moving in that field, because they're all trying to push the pace forward, and probably the best way with no pacer is if they all work out front, take their turn. Doesn't hurt to take a little bit of the lead at some time. It looks like Forster's the man who's now forcing that pace. So Forster, Gilbert. On the inside, that's Anderson moving nicely. To the outside there, it's Travis Fairweather in the Bankstown kit. So if they can just work this together, just keep ploughing out those 63, 64-second laps. Looks like they've just dropped a little bit. They go to 2:10 now at the 800-metre mark, so they need to do some work in the second half. Gilbert's still a big presence. Anderson also up there. More moves are starting to happen. This is what we want to see. Everyone just pushing forward. Let's make a big race out of this one. Still about 9 or 10 in contention, possibly more. But Caleb Gilbert from Albury looking strong out front. So out of the darkness they come, and you'll see Caleb Gilbert. Also Anderson just to the rear of him. Need more just to push that pace. We want to see some sub-4s out of this group. And it could be Tiemans, another one working his way forward, one of the locals. Also Joshua Nielsen from South Australia. McDermott just dropping. Also up there is Darcy Williams. I think that could be Jack Alice. Had a big run recently, and Jack Alice now starting to make his presence felt as they go through and hit the 1,200-metre mark. Gilbert still leads. Tiemans not far back off him. Anderson also up there. It's really on as Joshua Nielsen, the South Australian. He's got a time of 4:01. Love a sub-4 here. Tiemans doing the work at the moment. Anderson pushing forward. It's really on. Looks like that might be a Wendouree uniform up there as well. And that could be Williams. But around the bend, Tiemans is the one who's making the works, just leading them through. 3:37 on the clock. I don't know if they're going to get it. It's going to be really tight here in this last 100. They've got about 17 seconds. Let's see if we can get them down. A big kick down. Let's get a few of the boys under that 4 minutes. And they're really driving forward. It is the South Australian Nielsen going for it. Alice coming home strong. Nielsen will take it. And it'll be a sub-4 for Nielsen. Then Alice under. Also McDermott. Tiemans, big run there from Maladay. Didn't call him at all, but I reckon he might have nearly snuck under. But what a run there. Josh Nielsen from South Australia. I think that might have been the first sub-4 for him. And what a run.
Thanks, guys. About to go. On your mark.
Men's B 1500 underway. Harry Whitford from South Australia. From KSB, it's Patrick Matthews. From Eureka, Ben Stevens. From New South Wales, Sebastian Havens. From Chilwell, Evander Scott. From Deakin, Sam Williams. Representing Doncaster, Luke Scholes, Robertson. Bart Leighton from Old Scotch. From Box Hill, Peter Green. St Stevens, Reece Langdon. From South Australia, Thomas Dowd. Matthew Patton from Knox. And then from South Australia, we've got Max Sperling, Brett Fisk and Angus Hinksman. So big field of the Crow Eaters here. Good to see them over in big numbers here for meet number 2 for Milers Club. And as we saw, one of them just taking home the Bickies in that last race. So good running here. Looks like we've got one of the South Australians also pacing with Lockie Hurd. Out there early is Evander Scott. He'd love to get a big performance up here. He'd love a low 350s, and he's capable of doing it. So Evander Scott in the Chilwell uniform working off the back of the paces. I think Golling's one of those, and then it is Hurd. So they're through just over the 60-second mark, maybe 61, 62. So pace is good, and what we're seeing is a long line of athletes because that pace is hot out front. Evander Scott, he's going to put himself on the line here tonight. It's going to be a go out hard, go out strong, and just see what he's got. And let's see how the field is stacking up behind him as they come through, and they'll be getting 2 laps to go.
Women's A race.
So into the home straight, approaching 2 to go. Gollings. Now we're seeing Stevens, I think, starting to move his way forward. So it's Golling, Hurd, and Stevens. Also up there is Thomas Dowd. Brett Fisk also in the mix as well. At the rear of the field, we got Green and also a Matthews. But gee, there's not much separating this field at all as they go through 2:04 at the 800. So sitting on the 62s, Hurd's the only man standing there in the pacing duties. Now we're seeing a few more moves. So Ben Stevens came in as one of the bottom seeds in this race, but he's certainly putting himself out there nicely at the moment. They'd actually love to see really low 350s in this event. And I think if we get a nice little kick down over 400 metre, we could see some very explosive stuff on that last lap. So Evander Scott still in the mix out the front. Hurd's still doing a great job pacing. Thank you very much, Lockie Hurd. South Australians are just lining up 1, 2, 3 in order. But hitting the bell is Scott. Also Dowd, Sperling, Fisk. The South Australians are present there. But it's Evander Scott leading the way at the moment. I think it's Dowd in next position. Fisk just coming ahead of Sperling as they come down the back straight. But Evander Scott, this is your moment. Just grab it, lad. Just go down that back straight and race your heart out. The South Australians are coming. I think they're lining up 1, 2, 3, 4. They'd love to take a win here in this B race, but so too would Evander Scott from Chilwell. The Geelong boy, lots of talent. He's going to try and get himself into these A races here. His Milers Club, that's what he's got to do. So he needs the time on the board. Into the home straight now. And it is Evander Scott leading the way. 3:39 on the clock. Let's see if we can get him into that low 350s. Scott's going to take this. It's going to be really close. Scott's holding on. The challenge is coming from one of the South Australians. And it will be Scott, 3:52. Next one in was Fisk. Good run from him. Also, it was Sam Williams, big finish. Nice run there from Sperling. Dowd also in the mix. Harry Whitford coming through. And Paddy Matthews will round out a very entertaining B race here. But Evander Scott, he's proved himself. 3:52 here this evening at Milers Club. Hopefully that might get him into one of the A races before too long. So event 43 of 44 will be the women's A 1500 metres. And we have representing Maccabi, Shani Landon. From Box Hill, Izzy Coffin. From South Australia, we welcome Jessica McManus. From New South Wales, it is Jayla Hancock-Cameron, multiple top 10 performer on the Milers Club all-time list. From Box Hill, Sophie Hall, Madison King from Glen Huntly, Nissa Miles, all-school champion from Williamstown in 8. From South Melbourne, Gabrielle Vincent. From St Kevin's, Georgie Purcell, Lara Sakana from Essendon, Western Athletics, Lucy Cleveland. Imogen Baker from Frankston. Stephanie Kelly from the ACT. From Box Hill, Stella Radford. And that is our field in the women's A 1500. So bunch field here. Good to have Jayla Hancock-Cameron back. And you can see the long white socks for Jayla out front at the moment. Stella Radford alongside her. Maddie King just deciding she wants out and a bit of clear space as she goes round. And we see Stella Radford leading the way. King going with Vincent on the rails at the moment. Coffin just sitting in there as well. Miles sitting nicely at the rear of the field, just getting carried along by the pack. So Stella Radford doing the work out front. Unfortunately, no paces, so they're working this themselves. 71 seconds as they go through. So pace not really hot at the moment. That's about 4:25 pace. So King running strongly. Vincent looking nice on the rails at the moment. Looks like Sakana at the rear of the field, but we know Lara Sakana's got a big ticker and she'll come home very strongly in that last lap. But out front is our two top seeds, Radford, Hancock-Cameron, Maddie King. She's here to show what she can do over the 1500 metre journey. She's got a 4:29 PB, definitely faster than that on the pace at the moment. Just got to hang in and get carried along with this field. So Hall sitting just back off Vincent. Next one in there is Kelly from the ACT, fairly new to this game. Coffin just going ahead of Baker. So Radford, Hancock-Cameron, King, Vincent. Then Kelly's moved ahead of
223,
Hall as they go through about 2:25. So pace still not really on, but it is decent. No change out front. Vincent's made a good move just to try and bridge that gap. As I said, the pace not super quick. That's allowing Gabby Vincent just to get back in there. Kelly now being asked the question. But now the gaps are starting to form. I think it's Hancock-Cameron and Radford really starting to put the moves on. King's gone with them. So Maddie King just sitting in there. Big run for the junior. Gap to Vincent, then gap back to Kelly. So coming in, let's start to get the crowd involvement in this race as they come down to get the bell. This is three very good young runners. Stella Radford, Jayla Hancock-Cameron, Maddie King holding in there. Then Gabby Vincent, Steph Kelly. Then it's Hall. Next one through there is McManus. Coffin starting to wind up, then Landon. Lucy Cleveland now starting to get her move on. But down the back straight, the race of three is still on. 1,200 through, no real change. Expect Hancock-Cameron to start to make a move, and she does. So Hancock-Cameron takes the lead. King's just got to hang on. She's got to keep body contact there. Now Stella's just got to go with Jayla. So Jayla's got 200 out. Stella just trying to hold on. Maddie King, the gaps are really starting to form. Back behind that, we're seeing, I think Kelly's starting to come through beautifully now at the moment too. But round the bend, this is all class. Jayla Hancock-Cameron, we love her down here at Melbourne, love her at Milers Club. She's got 2 top 10 all times in our 1500 list, and Jayla Hancock-Cameron puts on another show. Time not super duper, but it's a good performance. Great opener for the season. Jayla Hancock-Cameron does it again at Milers Club. 4:17 unofficial. Stella Radford, let's get her right on the 4:20. Maddie King, she's another great performer. 4:23. Now Cleveland and Vincent coming through together, but Lucy Cleveland just on the 4:30 mark. Then Kelly, Landon, Hall. Great run from Sakana. So some big PBs here as we see Georgie Purcell rounding it out there in about 4:40. So great racing. Jayla, Hancock, Cameron back again at Milers Club for another win. But some big PBs in that field. Event 44 of 44, the men's A 1500 metres. We have from South Australia, Adam Goddard. From St Kevin's, William Lewis. Sam Bunnage from Mentone. From Essendon, we welcome back to Australia Archie Noakes. Riley Bryce from Old Zavarians. From South Australia, we welcome Lockie Scott. Isaac Bibelet from Box Hill. We welcome from New South Wales, Max Russell from Melbourne University. Isaac Hockey from Box Hill, Andre Waring. Christopher Dale, St Stephen's. From Bendigo Harriers, Harrison Boyd. Dale Carroll from Box Hill. And from Sandringham, Bailey Morrell. They're our starters in the men's A 1500. So safely away. Looks like Hockey might have launched out there, but nice fast start here. I'm not sure if they've got the pacemaker in, so I'm not sure if Lockie's doing his job again. We'll wait and see until they come out of the darkness.
Pacemaker's aiming for 59s.
Oh, for some good lights. And it looks like we do have a pacemaker. I think it's one of the South Australian. Could be Gollings again back in to pace this race. So Will Lewis taking the roll up near the front. Isaac Hockey. Haven't seen a lot of Isaac lately. So it's Hockey, Lewis, Waring, then Carroll. Then we have Goddard. Then Bryce, Noakes. It is to see how Archie's coming off a cross-country season in the US. And see where Archie Noakes is at. We'll find out very soon. So good opening lap there, a bit under the 60-second mark. So Gollings doing a great job here, the South Australian pacemaker. So it is Isaac Hockey, Will Lewis, Andre Waring, medalist in the Australian 10,000 metre champs. So Andre once again showing his good versatility across the distances. Great to see him racing with Cat Bissett last week in that 2x8. An interesting event that was. Pace looking really solid. It's one steady line here, and that line is Hockey, Lewis, Waring. Bit of a gap then to Carroll. Goddard in next position, then Noakes. Next one up there is Max Russell, then Bryce, then Bibelet. Approaching the 800, 157 thereabouts for the 800. The pacemaker's done his job, racing three out front. Gap to Carroll. Waring looking good in that third position. Carroll's got a little bit of work to do there. Now we're seeing Noakes just drifting back a little bit as well. Goddard in that second group of three. But out front, Hockey is leading Lewis. Waring just sitting there, biding his time. Carroll still has some work to do as they come through, and they'll be getting one lap to go. So Hockey leads the way. Haven't seen Isaac race at this level for a little while. It's good to have him back. 2:44 at the bell. So this is going to be a fast time here. Carroll in next position. Then we have Russell. Big run there from Harrison Boyd. Lockie Scott got a bit of work to do to chase down Riley Bryce. But down the back straight, no change whatsoever. It's been the same configuration the whole way through. Now Lewis looks like he's got the goods. He's coming alongside, but Waring makes the big move. I think Waring's the one to watch here. He's got to go with Lewis. So it's Lewis, Waring, Hockey, gap then to Carroll. They're starting to chase him down. But out front, Lewis leads. Has Waring got another gear to go, or is Lewis, the 8:15 man, he's going to make the break here? Lewis comes into the home straight first. Waring still chasing. Looks like Hockey's run his race, but down the stretch, it is Waring coming down on the back of Lewis, but it looks like Lewis has got the goods just over the 340 mark, so 343 unofficial. Lewis takes it. Hockey. Now we're seeing a big run here from Goddard. He'll be right on the 350. Bailey Morrell, big finish from him. Also Bibelet. Then we have Dale. Also through there is Bunnage, Bryce and Scott. So that's the end of the action there. Big run from Will Lewis. Remember, you can check all the results on Results Hub. They'll be coming through quickly. So some great running once again. 44 races done and dusted. Remember, 18th of January is the next meet. It will sell out. If you want to compete, get your entry in. I'll keep warning you, but you will miss out. 90 people were on the wait list at one stage for this meet. So this is what's going to be the future of Milers Club. Make sure you get your entries in. Get in early, and we'll start to build some big races in January. So big thank you once again to the Victorian officials, the Victorian Milers Club Committee, our volunteer helpers who've allowed the night to go so smoothly. We finished before 10 p.m. That's good. I'll sign off. Thanks, everyone.